Let's do it.
Hello. Welcome to Spooky Tuesday. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. I was sitting here waiting for my timer to say starting soon, which is what it does when it is counted down 10 minutes. And then I looked down at OBS and it says I've been streaming for 13 minutes. So I wonder if my timer was a little bit broken. Anyways, apologies if that was more than 10 minutes. I did not mean that. Hello, everyone. Colin Error, great to see you. That's a confident go live notification. I do want to point out that I did also say that I'm probably wrong. Just to clarify, my go live notification said that we're going to solve this today. And I do feel very confident, but I do admit that I'm probably overconfident. Trev to the rescue. Colin Error, good to see you. Thank you for the troll hit and the Trev. Let me get some shout outs going here. Colin Error, hope your streams have been great. Did I just see Golden Idol in there? Oh shit, I hope you're enjoying that. I'm excited to get to that myself one day. Ian Oblivion, thank you for the hello and the thanks. Hello yourself, great to see you. Game Dev Jeff, thank you very, very much for 3 entire months of support. I appreciate that greatly. Also, let me give you a shout out. I have been enjoying, Game Dev Jeff recently translated a Korean DOS game called Father World into English. And Pixel Turkey has been playing through it on her streams, which has been very, very enjoyable. That game, I cannot imagine playing that game myself. It is very difficult. Pixel Turkey has an astonishing amount of patience, and I'm excited to see the rest of the game. Xenolon, yes, this is a sick jam. I wish this game had more music because this song is so good and I want more of it. Efton, great to see you. Thank you also for the Trev and the Egret. Yeah, we will get to Golden Idol. I'm not sure when, but we'll get there and I'm excited. Requires practice and patience. Yeah, absolutely. Phallus, good to see you as well. Let me give Culinary a shout out as well. Playing Cosmic Star Heroine lately. Hope that's been going great. Ooh, Culinary might stream Golden Idol also. Exciting. This is one of the situations where like anytime someone streams a game, I'm like, oh, I should wait a little bit before I stream it. But then I'm also like, well, shoot, I want to hurry up and get to it so I can watch other people play it just to see how they approach it. 6-7, hello. Come here for the recap and I'll come back at 1:30 for the... Ouch! Ouch! Get out, you're banned. No, that's fair. So let's get right into the recap. First of all, I mentioned this a couple times already, both on Discord and at the start of my last stream on Friday. I fucked up last week. I apologize profusely. We had a prediction whether I would make any progress last stream. And it's funny because I rewatched the stream and I kept saving like, I don't know, maybe every hour or so. I saved quite a bit, and each time I checked our, point totals to make sure I wasn't actually making any progress that we had, maybe overlooked. And sure enough, every time I saved, it showed 0 progress. But the last time I saved was an hour before end of stream. And as soon as stream ended, I was like, oh shoot, I forgot to save. So I saved, and we made a pretty significant amount of progress. Not huge, but our interrogation went from 44 to 46. Vital information went from 84 to 86. So that's 2 points for each of those. And then total investigation went from 76 to 77. And I was so bothered by this, like not realizing that we actually made progress, that I finally, for once, spent some time off stream to rewatch last week's stream and try to make sense of what happened there. And I watched the entire stream at like 10x speed, Culinary, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. Culinary said, Cosmic Star Heroine continues to be awesome. Got yet another new party member and beat a challenge boss. Nice. Congrats. So I watched the whole stream at 10x speed, and, you know, I made note of, like, every person we interrogated. Like, the interrogation progress was the big thing I was wondering about, and I initially assumed that that was the only part where we actually made progress. Like, I figured since that went up 2 points, we must have gotten some interrogation answers that I didn't recognize as being new, and then, you know, I figured some of them must have been vital information, so that it got us those points, and the total investigation is kind of a summary of all the other categories as far as I can tell. So I made a note of all the interrogations we did, and then I checked, you know, every time we saved to see when I finally got those points. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. And like I said, the very last save was just an hour before the end of stream. So, you know, at that point I knew, okay, whatever we did was after this point. Or maybe, I was really hoping this wasn't the case, but it seemed like a possibility that earlier in the stream we did some things that, like, got us credit, but, like, not a full point, so maybe it didn't register. But fortunately that didn't turn out to be the case. So, like, I watched the last hour of the stream at normal speed, and, you know, made note of, like, everything I did, and then I went in the actual game and, like, redid things. And in some cases I would, like, do a single question, save, check the progress, because I wanted to know exactly what it was. And the first thing that came up was we talked to Ken, the owner of the Hungry Fisherman. And this doesn't surprise me because he's like the first person we talked to, I think. I'm pretty sure. At least very, very early on, we go to the Hungry Fisherman and talk to Ken and Sarah there. So it doesn't seem too surprising that, you know, at some point we unlocked some new dialogue with him, but we never went back and went through all the people again. So we, you know, missed that new information. If we ask him about Dave, he talks about Dave fighting with Bill because he thought he would hurt Janet somehow. Again, Dave is Janet's twin brother. Bill, of course, is the deceased that we are investigating the murder of, and Janet's husband. And Dave very strongly opposed their marriage because he thought Janet would get hurt somehow, because Bill is a dirtbag, and clearly Dave knew that. And when this came up during stream last week, I was like, oh, this is new information. But then I second guessed myself. And I thought, oh, maybe actually he said that before. It was just so long ago that I forgot about it. I didn't make a note of it because at the time, you know, there was so much information we were getting. And I didn't think to, you know, write that down as being notable. And then I meant to, at the end of stream, check our progress one last time, but then I completely forgot. And there were also other things that came up that I was like, oh, this is new. And then I look at my notes and it was there. So that kind of threw me off and was part of why I forgot to double check. But that was new information, and it got us 1 point towards vital information. And this is where it gets a little bit frustrating. The next thing that got points was asking Sarah about her assault, which you may recall we had done before. But at some point we backed up, and in this line of saves, we had never done that. So that actually gets you a vital information point and a total investigation point. I think what happened there is like each of those 2 questions actually gets you like half a total investigation point. But it's interesting that gets you a vital information point because she says absolutely nothing in response. She just says that it happened a long time ago and she doesn't want to talk about it. There's no information there. However, it does unlock things. So then the last thing we missed was asking Barb about the assault. And when you ask Barb about the assault, this was again something we had seen before. She mentions how Bill was being, at least he was like a suspect for the assault. And he didn't want to be associated with that, so he went to the police and told them not to say anything to anyone about it. Clearly, he had some pull over the police. We have not found out any more about that. But that was a pretty big discovery when we learned it. But apparently at some point, I backed up and we never went and asked that again. And that gets you to interrogation points, which is really weird because that's not the interrogation interface. That's just the like going around town asking questions, gathering evidence or not. I forget exactly what that category is called, but it's a category that we've had 100% of for quite a while. Is what normally you get when you just go around town and ask people these questions that you have available right from the start. So I don't understand why that counts towards interrogation. And I'm curious if there's other things that you get outside of the interrogation gameplay component that gets you interrogation progress. But also the 2 points was surprising, but certainly that's a significant thing. Derek Ironbot, hello. Great to see you. So that was all the points that we had gotten. Kyle and Era said, actually backed out of my own stream last night. One day. Okay, so you didn't actually play Golden Idol yet. Got it. Salt Ranger, thank you so much for 4 whole months of support. I have returned with my ill-gotten channel points. Well, I hope you enjoy them and make good use of them. Also, thank you so much for 4 whole months of support. I appreciate that greatly.
Hello.
Hello, Unsecret Crush. For once not in the other room. Also, that little robot reminded me that we have a new emote.
Thanks.
We have a brisket emote. So yeah, that's what happened last week and how we screwed up on all of it. Most of it didn't register as new because we had in fact seen it before. Do you think you can solve this before Dancing with the Stars is over? That's a great question. Probably not. I don't know how late that goes, but probably not. It has a head start on me. That's fair. Matt McGrath, hello. Welcome. So speaking of whether I can solve this, we're going to do another prediction. I promise not to screw this one up this time. It should be a little easier because it will be very obvious if I've been successful or not. This prediction is going to be, will I beat the game tonight? And just so, like, you know, obviously, if I was really determined to beat the game, I could simply play until I have finished it. So just to give myself like a cutoff time, we'll say 3 a.m. Ideally, I would like to wrap up closer to 2, but like if it feels like we're super close to the end, then I might go a little bit longer. So we'll say 3 a.m. as like the, you know, if I don't beat it by then, you know, that's the point where we determine the outcome of this prediction. And just to be clear, it is currently 9:30 p.m. here, and that is going to be Eastern Daylight Time. Okay, we will do a full 30-minute. Geez, that's so long, but like that, I feel like that's fine, especially since some folks might not be here yet. So will I finish the game by 3 a.m.? Yes or absolutely not. Get your votes in now. How many hours is that? I was trying to count it in my head. 10, 11, 12. 5.5 hours. Yes, thank you, Afton. So let's go ahead and bring up our progress here. Unfortunately, that means no more music. So let's save real quick so we can look at our totals here. Oh, I didn't load. That's important. 33 is our latest, and then we'll save from there so we can look at our totals. Okay. So we have collecting evidence 75. That's been stagnant for a bit because we haven't found anything new. I'm hoping that very quickly today we can find some new evidence. I'm hoping that the progress we made last week has unlocked some new evidence we can find. If that's not the case, then I'm going to be extremely discouraged because I will have no idea how to proceed at that point. General investigation is the category I was trying to remember. We've had 100% there for quite a while now. And that's what you get for just going around town, talking to people, asking questions about, who they are, what they think of other people, what they think about various topics, what their alibi is, etc. Interrogation, I thought we got exclusively from getting an arrest warrant for someone, bringing them into the station, and questioning the mayor. That is how we have gotten the majority of those points. However, we got 2 points last week just for asking Barb some questions. That, as far as I can tell, weren't even related to any arrests. We talked to Sarah about her assault, and then that unlocked the conversation with Barb. And, maybe there's something else that was required to unlock that, but it didn't seem that way. I kind of wonder if maybe having talked to Barb about that has unlocked something with interrogating someone else, or if it's just weird points stuff. I really don't know. Vital information, we're at 86 out of 100, I assume. I'm assuming these all go up to 100, which feels pretty good. And that's part of why I'm confident. I feel like if we did unlock some new evidence today, then we'll make a lot of progress there, and we can make progress with interrogations, and hopefully things will come together relatively quickly. And then total investigation, 77 out of 100. Derek Ironbutt, thank you for your faith. Efton says, side bet, will Space beat it before Sonneveld starts? That's a very good question. That'll be at probably around 2 a.m. Honestly, I'm going to say no on that one. I feel like if I beat it today, I'm going to have to go a little bit long. So it'll probably be closer to 3. Barb interrogation, yes. The prediction keeps disappearing on your iPad. Well, that's rude. Hopefully it'll come back long enough for you to get your vote in. Let me look at the results so far. We have a majority of points towards absolutely not, which I think is completely fair and wise of everyone. But I do appreciate everyone that put points in the yes column. I appreciate your faith. Maybe I should have asked how many hours you'll be recapping before making my prediction. Another thing I do want to point out is that if people voting no want to ensure their success, it is within their power to attempt to derail me with channel point rewards. Just so everyone is clear. Hope I don't get those points back. Which one did you vote for? Put a lot of my too many points into no. Okay. Got it. Okay. So Judd currently says there's a lot of information here to sift through. I know it's difficult, but you can do it, JB. That is something he's been saying for a while now. This is probably the 3rd stream he's been saying that. Okay. Let me check my notes here. I think I covered everything.
Let's do it.
Thank you, F. Tom. Let's do it indeed. Um, I made myself a couple reminders of other things I wanted to make sure I remembered. This is stuff we already knew, but that I had kind of forgotten about. A big one that I was surprised by. I thought for sure it was new information, but then I looked at my notes and it was like very early on. I had written it down. Brian Ayler was outside the Hungry Fisherman at 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning is when Ken closed up the restaurant and went home. So he saw them there then, which is something I had completely forgotten about for a long, long time. Like I probably haven't thought about that since the first stream. It is in our timeline now, I believe. Let me make sure. Yeah, Ken Scott went home, saw Brian outside the Hungry Fisherman, and that's also when Sarah left. So that's super interesting. That's a weird time for him to have been there. I don't have any idea why he would have been there. 2 a.m. is when the body was found. Is the estimated time of death is 1 a.m. Again, the body was found at Arlington College, which is not anywhere near the Hungry Fisherman. At that time, the security guard, Peter Lideau, heard a car screeching off that he believes was blue. And then again, that's when Ken and Sarah left the Hungry Fisherman. But I don't understand why Brian would have been there. Let's see. Let's check his alibi real quick. Okay. So he went to the Hungry Fisherman for a few drinks, then allegedly straight home after like around 11:30. We believe he was arguing outside the Hungry Fisherman with Bill. He was upset with Bill because of the stolen car situation. Bill paid him to steal this 86 white Ford. And because he's a writer that's been struggling a lot and has been involved in some shady stuff in the past, he went through with it. But for whatever reason, he was, quote, really upset with him about it. He said, Bill Robbins made a fool out of me with that car thing. It's not entirely clear. Oh, yeah, he probably realized that the body was found in that car. I wonder if he came back to the Hungry Fisherman because he was freaked out about how he had been arguing with Bill and was maybe trying to cover up evidence or something, make sure he didn't leave any evidence behind. But if that's the case, that would mean he knew about the murder before the body was found, which is very interesting. And I genuinely have no idea why that would be. You got me thinking I should go all in on yes because I could award you with many points. Okay. So yeah, that's super interesting. I also made a note that another thing Ken told us that I kind of forgotten about, and that's kind of interesting, was that Bill was in a good mood that night and he was there at the Hungry Fisherman all alone. I guess it kind of makes sense. Well, we know another thing we know about that night is that Bill rented a hotel room that he never showed up for. So he was presumably planning on going there with Susie, but he also wasn't with Susie. And they have been to the Hungry Fisherman before, so that's a little bit interesting. And we do have this theory that possibly Bill faked his own death. That's a wild theory that has very little evidence to back it up, other than it seems possible that, what's happening in present day is kind of repeating what happened 20 years in the past. And we're quite confident that Henry Klein faked his death 20 years ago. And we also know that according to Janet, Bill told Janet to take out an insurance policy for him in her name. Even though Bill, I believe according to two different sources, basically didn't believe in insurance. So, if he faked his own death, it's reasonable to assume that, he was involved in this insurance scam. Regardless of what's going on with the insurance, it does seem very fishy, the timing of it, the policy taken out just a month before he died. I feel like that has to have been intentional. The real question is who ultimately was benefiting from that. Though again, we don't have any concrete evidence there. That's definitely just in the hunch territory because of the timing. Okay, so what now? Let me look at my other notes real quick. Talk to Shelley more before arresting her. Search all locations again. And then we actually made progress. Are the three things I wrote down. Lying about... What does that say? Lying about Bill Robbins. Okay. Shit. What did that mean? Let's look at her notes. Oh! Her alibi. Oh. No, it's not Bill Robbins. It's Big Burger. She was lying about Big Burger. She said she went to Big Burger at 6 p.m. However, according to Alan, the Big Burger was closed for renovations that day, and he left work at 3 because of that. So it would not have been open when Shelley claims to have gone there. When did we arrest Shelley? Ooh, way long time ago. Let's start off with that. I don't know if it will get us anywhere, but let's start off with that. Just I think what we're gonna do here is we're gonna back up. We're gonna see if we can get more information out of her after we've uncovered this 2 bits of conflicting information. But then regardless of the outcome, I'm going to come back to our current save just because I don't want to redo that much progress unless it's absolutely necessary. And if that is necessary, I will almost certainly do it off stream because it's going to be a very tedious process to make sure we don't miss anything. Was the not believing in insurance said about Bill? I thought that was Carrington. No, that was about both Bill and Edward Robbins. I believe not believing in insurance, that specific phrasing was said about Edward, but there were also, I think, 2 people that told us that Bill was not interested in insurance either. Basically, thought it was a waste of money. I remember that specifically because at one point I was like, that's interesting. I guess he got this idea from his dad and it just kind of stuck in his head or something. But it was definitely said about both of them. Okay, so let's go back to Save 24. And just make sure Shelly's not arrested. Okay, so Fred is arrested. So Shelly is at her house. And we can ask her her alibi. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. This statement is actually came later. Before this statement, she told us that she had a day of work. She went shopping. She went to Big Burger at 6 and went home. And now she's saying this, which is completely different. I kind of wonder if this actually came up after we learned that Big Burger was closed. But let's double check this. Let's leave and immediately go back in. Big Burger. And let's see. I think if we ask his alibi. They were renovating this place the day the dude got killed. So I got off around 3. I picked up Molly and Dave later on, and the 3 of us went for a cruise downtown. I got home before midnight. Stop saying Big Burger. I'm on a diet. I apologize. We'll probably say Big Burger a lot tonight. So now let's go back. Now that we've confirmed we know that, just to see if her statement is any different. Okay. So yeah, I think I feel pretty confident now that this statement here is actually what we get from spotting this contradiction. So that's good, actually. That means we didn't miss anything. So we can go back to our current save without worrying we screwed anything up. Pen. Big Burger. Burgers. Sounds good. Oh, speaking of burgers and also just being hungry, I have not had dinner yet. My sleep schedule's a mess, and I was very behind today. I had a late lunch. So I will have to take probably a little bit longer break than usual. Also, feel free to bully me if I've not taken a break by 11 or 11:30 or so. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do, now that we're back on save 33, is go around to all our locations we have warrants for and search them again. Can't solve crimes without snacks. Agreed. I thought you were a night owl. Yeah, I'm pretty bad. I have throughout my life, I've been a night owl. And I have frequently had issues where, like, I stay up a little bit later each night, and then at some point my sleep schedule is just completely fucked, and then I have to figure out how to fix it. It's very, very easy for me to stay up a little bit later every day, and it's very, very hard for me to go to bed a little bit earlier. It's also historically been very difficult to get up before I've had a full night's sleep, but I have gotten better at that. Or at least I need less sleep than I used to. But I want to try to adjust back somewhat before the fucking time change, which is going to make things even worse. Okay. So I'm going to go straight to Bill Robbins' house and start here. We're having a cold, tall one, of course, as we always do when we go to someone's house where there's no one there. You don't find anything of interest. Bill and Janet's room. Don't find anything relevant to the case in the room. Study. You're in Bill Robbins' private study. It looks as though nothing in the room has been touched for weeks. You find nothing relevant to the case here. This I was particularly curious about because Unsecret Crush had done some sleuthing trying to figure out what I might have missed. Most of the information about this game is related to a different version of the game, which has some notable differences And she thought I might have missed something here, but so far that's not the case. It's unclear if there's something that will pop up here eventually, or if it's just an item that isn't in this version of the game. Used to be a night owl, but I'm a lark now. I did eat breakfast and lunch. Yes, thank you for asking. Time, it's always a battle, a losing battle. Yeah. Dean Alon says, not to derail you, but the human body, devoid of other timekeeping mechanisms, is actually on a 25-hour clock. Really? There's good research on this. Take it from a lifelong insomniac. 5 sleep studies and counting. That's interesting. I always assumed it was just me. I have for a long time felt that like a 25-hour day, like somewhere around there, would be perfect for me. That's fascinating. And Secret Crush says, I have nothing but vibes, but I assume the types of evidence you can find must be the same between versions, just character names are slightly different. Yeah, who knows? 24 hours plus the dark hour. Yeah, that does make sense, Culinary. Okay, kitchen, search for clues, nothing relevant to the case. Okay. Let's go to, I'm going to do Edward Robin's house next. Show warrant, search for clues, nothing. Edward's room. We found a newspaper clipping here before, nothing else. We found a letter to Susie here before, nothing else. Barbara just has some tarot cards, still the case. We can't take them. Guest bedroom, we haven't found anything there. Kitchen, still haven't found anything there. The Carson's house, I believe we still haven't found anything here. We got a search warrant for this place pretty early on. I think a big part of that was catching Doug Carson in a lie about having been out of the house. His initial alibi was that he didn't leave the house. But we now know he left at like, I think 10:30 and was seen somewhere around 11. But we still haven't found anything of interest in his house. Just tacky dresses here. Nothing of interest there. Nothing of interest there. And still nothing in the kitchen. Every time we strike out here, I'm increasingly getting nervous. If we don't find any new evidence, I think next step will be to reinterrogate everyone we've arrested. We should also see if we can arrest anyone new. And maybe do a double check on search warrants just to be safe. I'm pretty sure we've gotten all the search warrants, but it's worth checking periodically to be sure. If we still have nothing, then I will have no choice but to once again go through everyone, like all these hundreds of questions we went through last week. I will definitely try to be more like specific with my questioning and like, you know, ask things that make sense. But I don't know that I'm going to have a good idea on where to begin with that. Beckert's Clinic. Nothing but People magazines. We haven't found anything in this room before. Nothing. In the exam room, we found Susie's wig previously. Nothing else. That's wrong. Beckert's house. Another tall, cool one. We're starting the day off right here. I just noticed there's a nice bay window here. Search for clues. Nothing. Stephen's room. We found the scalpel wrapped up in a cloth in a drawer here. Nothing else. Susie's room. I don't think we found anything here before. Nothing of interest. I do want to point out once again, blue car here. Blue car was seen speeding away at 2 a.m. Where the body was found. Just as a reminder, we had multiple mentions of Thorpe, most likely, and probably also Beckert and Edward being in the vicinity of the graveyard, and then the church, and then Arlington College the night of the murder. I continue to strongly suspect that they brought the body to Arlington. I don't know from where. I don't know who killed him or if he's even dead. If he's not dead, I don't know whose body it actually was. But I feel pretty good about that much. There's so many possible explanations for who did this, and I have no clue at this point which one is correct. I continue to think that it must be connected to what happened 20 years ago in some way. But even if that's the case, I feel like there's still multiple possible explanations. Brian Ayler's house. We're going to have another beer here. TV and VCR are brand new, but they're not relevant. Study. We found Brian's bank book here previously. Nothing else. And that's it. Dang it. Lyric store. Carrington's house. Nothing here. Joe and Martha's room. I don't think we found anything here. No leads. All right. Can't forget we have the crime scene and the graveyard to double check also. Dave's room. Here is where we found the pistol, which belongs to Shelley, and also had both Shelley and Dave's fingerprints on it. It's still unclear why Dave had the gun. My suspicion is that Shelley gave it to him the night of the murder. We know Dave was dropped off at 10 near Arlington College. He says he just went for a walk and then went home. It's probably bullshit. Lots of people like to tell us they went for a walk. So I think he went to Shelley's house for some reason. We do not know why. We don't know why the gun changed hands there. We know it has been fired. Most likely Shelley's sister used that gun to shoot herself when Bill, after Bill married her and took all her money and spent it and then left her. But the crime lab guy, Charlie, also his analysis of the gun suggests that it has been fired more than once, which makes me think maybe it was fired again recently. It was the 80s. They only had 3 channels and no internet. Going for a walk was entertainment. I suppose that's true. Nothing relevant here. Janet's room. This is where we found the insurance policy. It does seem notable that the insurance policy was found here. This is Janet's parents' house. So like I guess the explanation. Oh, the poll is almost up. Oh wow, we have so many coins towards yes. Thank you for all your support. 152,200 coins towards yes, and 95,000 coins towards no. And we have just 5 seconds. So once you hear this, it's probably already over. I'm trying to look at, let's see, we have 6 people, yes, and 2 people, no. Y'all have so much faith in me. I appreciate that. And now it's over. I will do my best. Okay. I forget what I was in the middle of. Oh, just that, like, my assumption is that Shelley would have brought, well, I guess there's 2 possible explanations. She left the insurance policy here before Bill died because she didn't want him to see it, or she brought it here after, knowing that now that Bill's dead, she can cash in on this. So she wants to, make sure she has it with her. Like, it's hard to not think that the insurance policy being in this house is a little suspicious. Because if Bill asked her to get it and it was totally like a normal thing, why wouldn't it have been at their house? And also, like, it's been, I think we determined it's been 10 days. Yeah, 10 days since the murder. And she claims to still be very upset and to not want to talk about things. So, like, if she's being honest about everything, I feel like it does not make sense that she would have been thinking at all about the insurance policy at this point. Guest bedroom. You give it a good look, but still no luck. Kitchen. The kitchen is a kitchen. Besides a few dirty dishes, you find nothing. I wonder if it's ever worth searching more than once in a row. Don't find anything relevant to the case. That would be kind of interesting. It would also be rude as hell. Okay. So still nothing there. That was Carrington's house. So we have Thorpe's. Have another beer while we're here. That's what, 3 or 4 already? Not a great way to start off the investigation today. We're going to get covered in soot here by searching the fireplace. Nothing here. Okay. Let's see. Next is Shelley. Nothing. Shelley's room. Nothing. Fuck. I'm so nervous, y'all. Cemetery, we have the graves we can search. Nothing. Oops, didn't mean to do that. College is where the crime scene is. Scene of the crime had been thoroughly cleaned. You see nothing that would indicate that such an incredibly brutal murder had been committed here. You light up a cigarette and take a look around. You can't find any clues and aren't hit with any great inspiration. Fuck. We'll see if we... the church and the parking lot continue to be 2 locations where I think we'll unlock another screen at some point, but we haven't done that so far. But we'll make sure... Yeah, that's still not an option. And then the church... Nothing. So I think that's everything... I think that's all the places we can search. These are all businesses. We still have not gotten a search warrant for any business. Since we're currently focused on searching, let's go through our list of search warrants. Again, these are all the places we can ask for a search warrant for. There are specific locations that show that include the show warrant option when we go there. And those are the only places that we have ever gotten a search warrant for. So my assumption is that those are the only places we can get a search warrant for, and that the other options here are just to kind of throw us off. But just to be sure, we're going to go through all of them. I do wonder if maybe there's like one location that we can eventually get a warrant for, even though it doesn't show that option. Okay, nothing new. Silver, good to see you. Good evening. Did I fall asleep in my chair for hours until now? Yes. Am I here to see the murder club solved? Also, yes. Great. You did miss our prediction for the evening. Most people voted yes in confidence of me, which I greatly appreciate. Silver is currently celebrating October Scaretacular. He's been streaming a variety of scary games throughout the month. Sometimes solo, sometimes with other wonderful folks. Did a stream recently with Brittcake Kaylee playing Mortuary Assistant, I believe is the name. And recently played by himself. I Doesn't Exist, and I can't remember the name of the game he played before that. But all very wonderful games. And on Friday, I will be joining him over on his channel at 8 p.m. Eastern. So that's an hour earlier than my current start time. And we are going to play at dead of night. For once, I remembered it right away, which is an FMV horror game. And it's this I don't think I realized until just the other day. It's by the developers of Contradiction Spot the Liar, which is a game I have not played. However, multiple people have recommended it to me, and it does look pretty great. So I'm extra excited about At Dead of Night now. So again, that will be Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, over on Silver's channel. Sorry, I just said Friday. Saturday, the 14th, 8 p.m. Eastern. Put it on the list. Yeah, Contradiction Spot the Liar is absolutely on my list. Does this mean anything to you? I assume that's a quote from the game. I think I watched Ghoulbay play a tiny bit of that game, but I didn't catch too much of it. Didn't want to get spoilered on it. What would you say if I did this? El Paso Elsewhere. Thank you. That was the other game that Silver played the other day, which is very, very cool. Just a really interesting, I guess it's like a Max Payne style game. So lots of like jumping through the air whilst shooting two guns at various things. Neat, very cool style to it in particular. Okay. Silver says Saturday, unless I've really messed up and double booked myself. Yeah, that would be a double booking for me also. On Friday, I will be continuing Perfect Tides. Saturday, I will be over on Silver's stream. Okay, so that's all our search warrants. I think up next we could either reinterrogate everyone. Actually, the next thing we should do, we should go talk to Dave. The most recent thing we learned, well, in this save, the two most recent things we learned are Dave had an argument with Bill in The Hungry Fisherman at some point over his marriage to Janet. So we should re-question Dave. We might get something new out of him. Okay, he is a person we can arrest. but we have not arrested him yet, ever. I'm not going to try that yet, but that may be worth trying. So we'll question Dave. And the other thing we learned is that Bill tried to, and presumably was successful in, keeping the cops quiet about his possible involvement in Sarah Shields' assault. I already, before learning that, was pretty confident that it was him, because he claimed to know the attacker, and yet did nothing about it. And absolutely no one else seems to know who it was. It's been, let's double check. I think it's been unsolved for like 3 years now. It's in the library. Yeah. April 23rd, 1983. Let's make sure there's nothing new here. Oops. Okay, all the same stuff. Okay, so Dave, he's at the Carrington's house, suburban district. Right, Janet used to be here. I was like, there used to be 3 people here. Person you called enters the room. Let's say hello. Hey, I already told you everything. Did you, though? I don't think we'll go through that list again. Tell me about Bill. To be honest, I hated his guts. The guy was a dirtbag. Still, I wouldn't wish death on anyone. That's nothing new. I'm going to grab his sheet real quick. I think I'm going to go through the entire list for him. I guess another possibility here is that this new knowledge about Dave could have unlocked dialogue about Dave that we get from somebody else. So I'm just thinking, who would be most likely to have information? We could maybe, like, if this happened in The Hungry Fisherman, we could ask Sarah about Dave. I feel like that's one of the many people Sarah doesn't know. We could also ask Sarah about Bill again, see if that comes up. I don't know. There's so many potential things we could have unlocked here. It's hard to know what makes the most sense. But let's go through this whole list again. Shouldn't take long. She's an old gossip. Susie, seen her with Bill at the Hungry Fisherman. That's nothing new. Used to be Bill's secretary. That's nothing new. Doesn't know Brian. My mom is really worried about Janet. She's afraid she'll never pull herself back together. Janet. Don't you say that about my sister. Janet is no murderer. She didn't like Bill at all, not that I blame her. Fred has always been her little darling. I bet she's thrilled that he's going to be head of the company now. That's nothing new. Okay, so I don't think we have anything new here. We'll ask his alibi again. Okay, I kind of forgot. I left Alan and his girlfriend at about 10 o'clock. After that, I just took a walk and then headed back home. That's his most recent alibi. We already had that info. Yeah, I feel like because he disagreed so strongly about Bill and Janet getting married, he has to have known maybe about the assault. More likely, he knew what happened between Bill and Dorothy, who Bill was previously married to. Dorothy, again, is Shelley's sister. The relationship between Dave, and Shelley, she used to be Bill's secretary. She's a very reliable, bright woman and nice too, and working for a jerk like that. Okay, so that does suggest that he knows her to some degree. I want to say that Shelley acted like she didn't know Dave at all. It seems a little bit weird that they seem to know each other pretty well. Like, clearly, she gave her gun to him. Or he took it from her, I guess is possible. But there's got to be something about their relationship we don't know. Where's Shelley's sheet? There it is. It's right there. Okay, so he's 21. She's 28. He was born in Boston. She was born in upstate New York. She's an amateur writer. He's interested in criminal behavior. Wrote a paper on committing the perfect crime. She said she went to the Big Burger at 6 on the night of the murder, which we now know is false. She later claimed that she was at home all day after we learned that was false. Dave was out with friends, including Alan, who works at the Big Burger. And then Alan dropped Dave off at Arlington, which is near Shelley's house, at 10 p.m. I don't have anything. I don't have any great insight to all of that. I'm just kind of repeating these things that might be related. Shelley moved here 2 years ago. Again, originally she was going to take revenge on Bill, but allegedly she decided against that, quote, silly idea. 1 week before the murder, a new guy came to the office to talk to Bill, and Bill seemed distracted after. I think that was probably Glenn Axworthy. Doug came by to see Bill a few times. We still don't know what that's about. Doug Carson, president of the Lee Cosmetics Company, sounds like he was doing some shady stuff to try to get the company out of financial trouble, but we don't know much about that. She told us Brian had a bad reputation with the American Writing Society, and he was involved in shady deals. Also told us Glenn Axworthy called the office to talk to Bill. If she knows who Glenn Axworthy was, then she would have been more specific than telling us it was a new guy that came to the office, right? I don't know. Maybe not. Could be the same person there. Dave, various things he's told us. Third baseman for Arlington. Hated Bill. Thinks Judy's a gossip. Joe's a recluse. His dad, Joe. Stepdad. Told us Barb hated Bill and loves Fred. Doesn't have a car, just rides a bike. Saw Susie with Bill at the Hungry Fisherman. Oh, and he also told us that Fred is now head of the Robbins Trading Company, which is interesting, an interesting realization because previously Fred has worked for the Lee Cosmetics Company. So basically, it seems like Fred is most likely at a higher position. Like, oh, that's actually. Is Lee Cosmetics Company the company that hasn't been paying their employees? Like, regardless, like, the cosmetics company is in financial trouble. And, like, Fred was not head of that company. So he's now head of Robbins Trading Company, which is both a bigger company and not in financial trouble. So Fred has definitely gained a much better job from the result of these events. Also, again, he was interested in Susie. Susie was not interested in him because she was having a relationship with Bill. So we have multiple motives for Fred, basically. But I also don't think he did it. Okay, let's go through the rest of this list just to make sure we didn't unlock anything new. Barely remember what he looked like. There's still the question of, is Joe Carrington Henry Klein? We suspect that, but have not a lot to back it up. The main evidence there is that Joe is the one that sold the land that Henry Klein's house used to be on to Bill. And he also sold it for a pretty good price. Like, he gave Bill a good deal. Almost like he was trying to get rid of it or something. And then we also don't know who Bill's biological parents are. So many questions. So nothing new there. Should we try to arrest Dave? I think we should. Let's save. 34. That's all the same. Prosecutor, arrest warrant, Dave. Yes. Okay. You can go ahead and make an arrest. This is someone you should bring in for questioning. Okay, I should make a note of this. Save 34. Arrested Dave C. We searched all locations again, and we know we actually made progress. Okay. Thank you for the brisket salt. Okay. I guess I accidentally went there. Interrogate. So what are we going to show to Dave? The suspect sits down across from you. Let's get his deposition. I'm Janet's twin brother. I hated that rotten husband of hers. Still, I didn't kill him. The night he was murdered, I was out driving with friends until late at night. I didn't even see him. Evidence. The pistol is our biggest evidence that is relevant to him. Let's see, the scarf we found at Shelley's house. He might have something to say about that. The scarf we're kind of assuming is from Shelley's sister's death, but that is, I believe, 100% an assumption. I don't think we really know what the deal is with that. It has type AB blood on it, which is Bill's blood type, which is pretty notable, I think. Let's show him the pistol. She was going to try to kill Bill with this gun. Okay, so he's claiming that he took the gun to stop her? So that's referring to Shelley, of course. Didn't Shelley say anything about it during interrogation? The gun? She said it's hers. I mean, we can go check real quick. Oh, yeah, she talks about her sister. My only sister, Dorothy, married Bill Robbins in New York. It was an unhappy marriage. Bill killed her as sure as if he'd pulled the trigger himself. That's why I wanted to kill Bill Robbins with that gun. Right. Oh, the scarf. She says that. Back to Dave. Show him the scarf. That is my blood? What? Excuse me? He is type AB. So I think what he's suggesting is that and who knows if this is accurate, but I think what he's suggesting is that he tried to take the gun from Shelley so she wouldn't use it to shoot Bill, but then he got shot accidentally or maybe even on purpose in the process of that. I did not expect that. That is my blood. I'd recognize my blood anywhere. Hello, Sonnefeld. Good to see you. Sonnefeld, you finished Darkseed. Curious what you're playing next. Someone made him bleed his own blood. It seems that way. You're welcome. Could have gotten some other non-shooting injury. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Let's check the description of the scarf real quick. It's a silk scarf. We found traces of type AB blood on it. Okay. What could you be playing next, indeed? Bring Dave back in. Okay, is there anything else worth showing him? I think I've learned my lesson from other folks that it's worth going through all the items just to be sure. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. No idea what you're talking about. Okay, so that's his default phrase. Pistol, scarf, knife, bones, newspaper clipping, scalpel. Okay. So yeah, I don't think he's got anything else. All right, now we interrogate. I know you did it. You can't pin it on me. Why did you do it? Didn't I tell you? I didn't do it. What did you do it with? How many times do I have to tell you I didn't do anything wrong? How did you do it? If I had done it, I would have killed him differently. I would have made him suffer more. Shit, that's a statement. Damn, dude. But also fucking fair. We all know Bill sucked. All right. I feel like he's going to give us a new deposition now. That day, I was cruising around town with my friend Alan and his girlfriend, who is Molly, who works at the theater. They dropped me off early so I could stop by Shelley McDonald's apartment. I was worried about what she might do. She hated Bill for what he did to her sister. I didn't know what she was capable of doing. That's why I took the gun away from her. But no explanation of how his blood got on there. I'm just going to summarize this now. Says he went to Shelley's to take the gun so she wouldn't kill Bill. Connor says, I'm not the murderer, but boy, am I fucked up. Xenolon says, oh my God, isn't that the whole premise of the OJ book? I do not know. But that is interesting. Okay, so now if we ask him about the evidence that we presented to him, he might give us some additional information. So, oops, not knife, pistol. We didn't do anything. We? Who's we? Does he mean him and Shelley? Scarf. Shelley didn't do anything. She used her scarf as a bandage when I accidentally got shot. Okay. So accidentally got shot. Used scarf as a bandage. Val says, my murder would be different. There would be fireworks. Once again, I'm somewhat inclined to believe this story. It fits with the evidence we have. Honestly, the most suspicious thing is that he was lying initially to avoid telling us about this. Actually, the more I think about it, the more suspicious that is. Because if this is all the truth, then why wouldn't he just tell us this up front? Initially just said he was out with friends and got home late. But then we found out he was dropped off at Arlington. Now he's saying that he tried to take the gun from Shelley, accidentally got shot. Shelley used the scarf to stop the bleeding. And conveniently, he is the same blood type as Bill. Also, as a reminder, this is the guy that wrote the paper on how to commit the perfect crime. We must always remember this. Hooray, murder. Hello, Amy. Good to see you. That is a lie. Emmy was not last playing the Psychotron, unfortunately. But hopefully someday soon. Also, y'all should subscribe to Emmy's YouTube channel. She's been working on a video that I'm excited about. I don't know when it will be out. Emmy was last seen uploading her first YouTube essay. Yes, nice. Great to hear. Okay, Dave. Let's go over that deposition again. That's why I took the gun away from her. Okay, what next? We have a couple people we arrested. It would be worth searching Shelley's house again. Yeah, you did miss a prediction, unfortunately. We had a prediction whether or not I will finish the game tonight. Most people surprisingly voted yes. Specifically before 3 a.m. That's kind of my absolute stopping point. I feel confident, but the more I play, the more discouraged I get. But now that we've arrested Dave and gotten some new information, I'm feeling confident once again. Okay. Yeah, to sum things up for anyone that came in recently, we haven't done a whole lot today other than we have arrested Dave because we learned last week that he was in an argument with Bill in The Hungry Fisherman. That was the biggest new thing that we learned last week. And because of that, we were able to get an arrest warrant, and we have now learned that allegedly he went to Shelley's house to try to get her gun away from her because he was worried that she was going to shoot Bill. Allegedly, he accidentally got shot, and then Shelley used her scarf as a bandage. The real solution is to murder, and then you can arrest yourself. I think that makes sense. We should just murder everyone, and then we'll definitely have murdered the murderer, and then we can arrest ourselves to solve the final crime, and then everything is wrapped up neatly. I think that makes sense. Okay, so let's go to Shelley's house and see if anything new has appeared here. I'm so skeptical, but it's worth checking. No one was around, so you help yourself to a tall, cool one and continue your investigation. You find nothing. One other room, nothing. Damn it. We should also search Dave's house again. So that is the Carrington's house. No clues. Joe and Martha's room, no leads. Dave's room, nothing. Damn. Nothing. 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 Okay. I'm trying to figure out what we want to do next. Let's save and see how much progress we got from that. 35. Oh, we're doing good. Okay. Collecting evidence is still stuck at 75. Interrogation is now up to 55. That was, I think, 46 when we started today. That's great. Vital information is up to 88, which is 11 points increase. And then total is up from 77 to 80. We're pretty close to having all the vital information, which honestly scares me. I'm really curious how the ending of this is going to go. Like, I can't help but think that it may not be 100% clear what actually happened, and that I'm going to have to like do something to figure that. I don't know. So what's next? I think we're up to 2 people that we haven't arrested. Joe. We arrested Edward, right? Wait. Who's the other one? Edward, Fred, Janet, Dave, Stephen, Susie, Shelley, Russell, Brian, Glenn. So we're missing Joe. Oh, wait, is Doug not arrested? Why is it so hard to spot the difference here? Can't wait for the Murder Club lore deep dive after you finish the game. That is, yeah, like I'm dying to know, like, how much are we gonna have to think about after the game is over? Like, maybe we'll have worked it all out and it will seem nice and tidy by the end, but maybe it won't. I'm going to take a screenshot of this so I can directly compare. So Edward, Fred, Doug. Okay, so we haven't arrested Doug in this timeline. We have arrested him before, but not right now. Okay, so I think that means we could go ahead and arrest him. What would we show him? I don't... Oh, maybe the bones? Let's arrest Dave and show him some bones. Did I say Dave? I meant Doug. Oh, we can't. Okay. Yeah, I did mean Doug. We can't arrest Doug, and I guess I'm going to go ahead and try it, but I doubt we can arrest Joe. Yeah. So what do we do next? Let's re-question Shelley. That seems especially useful. Get deposition. Bill Robbins met my sister in New York and married her for her money. She spent it all, every penny, and when my sister couldn't support him anymore, he walked out on her. As I said, when my sister's money ran out, Bill dumped her. Well, Bill was her whole life. When she realized he wasn't coming back, she shot herself in the head with that gun. I came to this town to avenge my sister's death, but I gave up that silly idea. So now let's show her the gun again. This is nothing new. My only sister, Dorothy, married Bill Robbins in New York. It was an unhappy marriage. Bill killed her as sure as if he'd pulled the trigger himself. That's why I wanted to kill Bill Robbins with that gun. But then if we show her the scarf... Yes, this is new. I was going to kill Bill, but Dave wrestled the gun away from me. As we were struggling, a shot went off and hit him. The bloodstains on the scarf are his. Okay, so this matches up with what Dave just told us. And I assume that they would have had no way to, like, just moments ago, she would not tell us anything about this scarf. She would just say that. So I think maybe, like, for her, it makes sense to maybe not want to admit this, because it suggests that she was still planning to kill Bill right up until the night he was murdered. But the fact that their stories agree with each other makes me extra convinced that they're telling the truth, which I already was leaning that way. Dave tried to take gun, accidentally got Shot. Blood on scarf is Dave's. Okay. Does that imply she was about to kill him or just planning to? As far as we know, like, Dave was dropped off near Arlington. And as far as we know, Dave went to Shelley's house. She lives near Arlington. So, also the scarf was found at her house. So I think this all took place at her house. I feel confident of that. And at this point, we have no reason to believe that Bill would have been there. So yeah, I don't think she was about to kill him. I mean, maybe if by about you mean that night, maybe. But we don't really know that. The gun was obviously loaded and ready to go for it to accidentally go off. That is a good point, yeah. Can I pay coins to make you show us something you found in your kitchen, like maybe a dinner? It's not dinner time just yet, but thank you for the reminder. I will eat dinner in the next half hour or so. Also, if you want to flush some coins or whatever, I can show you my dinner before I eat it. Let's say that. I have some leftover chili that I'll be having for dinner. Thank you, Efton. That doesn't count, though. Food I found in the kitchen while looking for some other food. Thank you, Culinary. Okay, I will share my chili when it is ready to eat. Okay, so does this get us a new deposition? Oh, it does. That's absolutely true. Dave convinced me to stop thinking about killing Bill. I didn't kill Bill, honest. I'm telling the truth. Thank you for the egret. I did not kill Bill. Okay. Let's do another save. What are we up to? 35? Yeah. I'm just going to write over that one. It's fine. Oh, damn it. $35, yes. Oh, interesting. No increase in vital information. Interrogation, I think, went up 2 points. And total investigation went up another point. Okay. Silver says, I obtained the new lady in Hong Kong after my first tenfold. I didn't think I'm going to build for her, so I don't actually know what to do tonight in it. Congratulations, and I hope you figure out what to do. I don't know who the new lady is. I have not played any of that game in some time. Okay. Now what? Do we search her house again? At some point, we have to find... We're still 25% new evidence we're missing. So there's got to be new evidence that appears somewhere at some point based on other things we do. So it's hard to not constantly think about that. Did I actually? Shit. Whoops. Okay, that's everything. Zhonglu, voiced by Amelie. Okay, nice. We toss some warps in the bucket. Oh, warps from Honkai. Got it. But I'm watching stream on my Hong Kong device. That's tough. Yeah, I think I remember seeing that the PS5 version came out today. Let's continue searching. We don't know if there's logic behind new information learned and what new evidence appears. Like, I don't know exactly how that mechanic works. So maybe something will appear in an unexpected place for all I know. We still... How do we learn about the church? How do we learn about the areas we're missing in the church and the lot? I wonder if we might need to... If we could arrest Doug, he might potentially... Like, I think he met up with the Red Tie Club folks in the vicinity of the graveyard or church. I'm pretty sure we actually have specific information that he was at the church. Let's see. Timeline. Doug left home at around 10:30. Thorpe took a walk near the graveyard. At a late hour, there was the sound of a car coming from the graveyard. So those two things are kind of a lot of why I'm convinced it's Thorpe, along with probably Beckert and Edward in that area in the car. Oh, Mike saw Ed Robbins with someone near the church. Okay. We don't know who. Ed Robbins and some other person. And we still don't know who Doug. Let's go question Doug again. Doug Carson. Did we just search this place? I don't remember, so I'm just going to do it. Okay, let's bring in Doug. And then let's get his alibi. I did go out that night. I guess I forgot. I had promised to meet someone. Who was I supposed to meet? Well, So we can't get him to admit who he was going to meet. The guy who hangs out at the graveyard tell you about the graves, and that unlocked the second area there. Maybe. But we also had to learn more about that stuff that happened 20 years ago before he would tell us that. I think it was him that said that. So maybe once we've learned enough, we could talk to the parking lot attendant or Father Jacoby. And they'd be like, oh yeah, I remember this thing or whatever. It's hard to know if they would necessarily be that consistent about finding those areas, though. Okay. Let's ask him about... Let's maybe go through this whole list. I'm not going to read these unless they seem new. So we know Doug hates his wife. Married her for money. Thinks she's a busybody and a gossip. Never talked to Joe. Never met Dave. You know, I almost forgot. I've seen Susie and Bill together downtown. Shelley used to be Bill's secretary. They were always together. Whoops. Sarah, don't know her. Brian, never met him. Fred, he works for me. He's nice, cheerful, hardworking, but he doesn't have his brother's business sense. Well, he used to work for you anyway. I'm a great businessman. Are you, though? Your company's not doing great. Maybe because his mother spoiled him, but he has no motivation. It would make me happy if he just got his act together. It's Michael Carson. Doesn't know Janet well. People say Stephen is a good doctor. Barbara, I have trouble dealing with her. I never know what to say. That's interesting. I think Barbara doesn't like this guy. Just thinks he's kind of, I don't know, smarmy or something. Forget exactly how she described him. Doesn't know Ken Scott. Russell. He's the owner of the Gaslight Movie Theater. He's a very good businessman. Don't know him. Is the second area of the parking lot something you found before? I can't remember. Okay, so both the church and the parking lot, they both have an option to, I think it's labeled go someplace else. But in both cases, you select that and it says you're already there. However, in other cases, we can choose that option and go to a different room at that location. The cemetery was similar in that it had that menu item. We chose it. In the case of the cemetery, it was slightly different because it would bring up a menu where the cemetery was the only option. So we could still only go to that place, but slightly different in the way it behaved. So that's why I'm thinking there's going to be something we unlock there. Brusque Giraffe, good evening to you as well, and welcome. Okay, let's go over this other stuff. Alibi. I did go out that night. I guess I forgot. That's the same. Red Tie Club. Doesn't know about that. First I've heard about the Liberty Bank case. Don't know anything about the arson. Suppose someone's already told you that I married into money. Yeah. Drive a black BMW. Telling you it's just a matter of time before we get out of the slump. Hate to say this, but Bill really flaunted his extramarital affairs. I wonder whether it had something to do with his death. Possibly. Did I actually finish this list? I feel like I got distracted and I don't know that I did. All right. I think we might have stopped at Barbara. Ken. Maybe I did finish. Okay. Yeah, I did. Okay. I wonder if Alan might have more to say. Now that we've learned more about what actually happened with Dave, maybe his friends, Alan or Molly, could have something new to say. This game was originally released in '86 for PC 88 in Japan. And then in '89, a DOS version was released in North America in English. So that's the version we're playing. I'm playing the game in DOSBox. So let's go talk to Alan again and ask his alibi. That's the same. Let's ask about Dave. No way. Has he been arrested? Yes, unfortunately. So that's nothing new. Shelley. Who? Okay. And then let's go ask Molly the same questions. She's at the theater. Dave. Sure, I know Dave. He's a friend of my boyfriend, Alan. As a matter of fact, the night of the crime, the three of us were out driving around. He's really cute. And then Shelley. Don't know her. Alibi. I think my shift ended around 7 o'clock that night. Alan picked me up and we went for a drive. Okay. Okay. I just want to make sure that I wrote down that she left at 7. Thank you for the dinner reminder. I'm going to wait a little bit longer before I get to that. What else can we do? Should we interrogate Dave again? Oh, right. I forgot to. Sometimes, if you go back to these extremely vague interrogation questions after getting a new deposition, they'll give you some more information. Yes, this was originally a Japanese game. Is quite popular in Japan and very influential elsewhere, although it definitely didn't gain the same popularity outside of Japan that it had there. I know you did it. I really didn't kill him, honest. Why did you do it? The more I heard stuff about Bill from Shelley, the more I felt something had to be done about him. I even thought about killing him, but someone beat me to it. Wow. Okay. So things aren't quite adding up. Like, again, I'm still inclined to believe Dave and Shelley because their stories matched up so perfectly. However, again, this is the guy that wrote the paper on how to commit the perfect crime. Dave previously had an argument with Bill at the Hungry Fisherman because he didn't think that Bill and Janet should get married. Janet is Dave's sister. And he knew enough about Dave. Thanks for the follow. Great to have you here. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me check real quick. I feel like it got translated to some other languages, but I'm going to check Moby Games real quick here and see what they say. Where is that information on Moby Games? Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, it could be that it's only been in Japanese and English. It's quite possible. Yeah, I was thinking maybe German, but I didn't see anything scrolling through Moby Games there. Dicevor, good to see you. Did you miss any big breaks? A little bit. Nothing huge so far. Last week, we learned that Dave got in an argument with Bill at the Hungry Fisherman. Dave strongly opposed Bill and Janet getting married because he was worried that Bill would hurt Janet. because of this new revelation, we were finally able to arrest Dave and bring him in as a suspect. His story is that he was dropped off in the vicinity of Arlington College, which is where Shelley McDonald lives. Shelley was planning, she moved to Liberty City with plans of murdering Bill because Bill married her sister Dorothy, took all her money, and then left her. And then her sister shot herself. So Shelley wanted revenge for that. Like, she admitted that much to us. According to her, she realized this was a silly idea and gave up on it. However, we have now learned that, according to both Dave and now Shelley, on the night of the murder, Dave tried to take her gun away, was accidentally shot in the process, which means that the gun was loaded at the time. And then Shelley allegedly used her scarf as a bandage to stop Dave's bleeding. Conveniently, Dave's blood type is AB, the same blood type as Bill. The more I think about this story, the more suspicious of it I am. But they did give us the same story after both being arrested. So it's hard to know what to think. The more I felt something had to be done about him. I even thought about killing him, but someone beat me to it. So everyone, like, increasingly everyone was like, I would have killed him, but I would have done it. Wait, who was it that said I would have done it better? Was that Dave also? Maybe that was Dave also. Dave considered killing. Oh, so the thing I was trying to understand is, like, what it was specifically that Dave knew about Bill that made him want to stop Bill and Janet from getting married. Because it sounds to me like Dave learned about what happened with Bill and Dorothy pretty recently. Because why else would he suddenly go to her house and try to take her gun away? Unless the whole story's made up. Xenolon asks, is this a Murder on the Orient Express scenario? I don't know. I don't know anything about the Murder on the Orient Express. That was Dave. Okay, thank you for confirming. So Dave super wanted to kill Bill, but would have made him suffer real bad. I assume it was the thing about Shelley's sister. But he can't have known that until recently. Do we know when the fight at the restaurant was? It was presumably before they got married, which was 6 months ago. So if he knew about Dorothy back then, why would he wait until now to try to take Shelley's gun away? It makes no sense to wait 6 months to do that. Unless maybe there was some specific reason to believe that Shelley was going to do something that night. But we don't know anything about that. Okay, back to our interrogation. Why did you do it? What did you do it with? I didn't do it. How did you do it? I didn't do anything. Yeah, I'm going to go back and talk to Ken real quick. Let's see. That was when we asked him about Dave. Sure, I know him. Before his sister's wedding, specifically before the wedding, he had a quarrel with Bill right here in the restaurant. He seemed convinced that Bill would hurt Janet somehow. I really think this is a hole in the story that Dave and Shelley are giving us. It's possible that Dave just knew that Bill was a shitty person in general. We strongly suspect that Bill assaulted Sarah Shields. So maybe Dave knew something about that, or at least suspected it. But we have been given zero reason to believe that is the case. So I can't help but think Dave knew about Bill and Dorothy for a while and is now using that information as an excuse to explain the gun and the blood on the scarf. And if that is true, then this is a plan they had to have come up with before the murder, or at least on the night of the murder. We know very little information about when Dave and we know nothing about when they met or how well they know each other. I've been wondering that all along. I'm going to do a thing real quick. Let's go save. $35. And then I'm going to load. I want to go back to before Shelley was arrested. So save 24 again. I'm going to go talk to Shelley and see what she says about Dave. He and Janet are twins. Okay. So that's it. So she knows who he is. And Dave tells us about Shelley. Well, we can go check that. Carrington's house. Whoops. She used to be Bill's secretary. She's a very reliable, bright woman and nice too, and working for a jerk like that. So he knows her well enough to have a high opinion of her, know that she's reliable. Like, I feel like reliable in particular, like, in order to consider someone reliable, I feel like you need to know them for a decent amount of time. You know, bright and nice are things you can determine in a shorter amount of time. But we don't know anything beyond these two vague statements in terms of how long they've known each other, how they met. I mean, there's a 7-year age gap. Shelley is 7 years older. So, like, they didn't go to school together. You could also interpret this as he knows she's reliable as a secretary. Sure. I don't know. To me, this comes off like firsthand opinion. But obviously all the information we're given tends to be kind of vague, and we have to just make some assumptions. Okay. I think it's dinner time. I'm going to take a quick break. I will heat up my dinner, and then I will come back and show it to you all, thanks to Culinary's coin flush. And then I will eat my dinner, and then we will continue the investigation. I'll try not to take too long. Back in a few.
Oofta.
Okay, hello. I have my chili, and we'll see how quickly I regret this. I think I might just eat on stream because we're not gonna have a lot of digging around menus to go through here. So I figure I can do that while I'm eating, and we'll see how that goes. Here's my chili as requested. Hopefully, I'll not dump it all over the computer and keyboard. As long as you take notes about the food along the way, that is important. Yes, it is good chili. Made by Unsecret Crush before she went out of town. And this is, I think, the only leftovers I have. I signed up for HelloFresh the other day. I'm excited to make some things of my own shortly. Let's see, I think some kind of pineapple salsa, pork tacos, and smash burgers are the first things I'll be making. I technically made food yesterday, but it was just vegan mac and cheese and dinosaur chicken nuggets, which is not very hard. Queermint, hello. Great to see you over here. Hope you're doing well. I know you don't stream very often, but I'm going to give you a shout out regardless. Okay. What am I going to do while I eat is the question. Also, where does the microphone go? Trying to get it slightly more out of the way than it normally is. Oh, were there? I did buy the dinosaur chicken nuggets without checking the freezer first. Oh well. So, oh right, we need to go back to the correct save. I almost forgot about that. Is there anything else we want to do in this save before I do that? So speaking of microphones, one of my recommended low-profile boom arms is on sale for $40 right now. Posted the link in Discord for people that might be interested. Nice. I think this is all we wanted to do here. Yeah. So let's go back to save 35. Oh, 300. Wait, what? What just happened? Like, that's definitely not a thing. 345. Like, it seemed like it gave an error, but then continued to do something anyways. Oh, wait. Yeah. Okay. Load 35. Okay. I think you found the hidden cursed ghost in the code. Congratulations, and I'm sorry. I think while I'm eating, I will go ahead and re-interrogate everyone. That's a thing I can do without talking too much, and that seems worth doing at this point. I'm just going to move the mic out of the way so you don't hear too many eating noises. Sorry, what? We already got new information. I didn't expect this. I didn't even interrogate him. He's just like confessing stuff all of a sudden. Yes, Bill wasn't my real son. Bill's parents' company went bankrupt because of my actions. They both committed suicide. I hadn't meant to hurt them. I did it for the company. I felt terrible, so I took Bill and raised him as my son. My dinner's gonna get cold. Okay, so basically he put his parents' company out of business. Put Bill's parents' company out of business. They committed suicide. And then he adopted Bill out of guilt. Okay. So we finally know the story there, which is useful. I feel like something else we came across suggested his parents were dead, but I'm not positive about that. Thank you, Queermint. I quite like it. We're beating at game before 3 a.m. It could happen. I'm feeling increasingly confident. Ronald's probably their man on the inside and they waxed him and his wife. Maybe. I don't know. Someone told us as much when we found out he was adopted. Might have been Kate. Was it? I think you're right that it was Kate that we first learned about that from. That sounds right. Maybe. Bill was was adopted after his parents died. Also, Ed knew his parents for business reasons. So yeah, this all matches up with that. Okay. So let's interrogate. I know you did it. Oh, I think there was some dialogue I skipped over. I don't know anything. Okay, yeah, second screen here. Bill was always challenging me, fighting me over everything. He seemed to want to make my life miserable. But even so, I would never kill the boy. Stop this useless interrogation. Okay. Bill constantly argued, made his life miserable. It's weirdly similar to how the doctor adopted Susie. Yeah, it is. It is. And I still can't help but wonder if there's any overlap with any of the other dead parents, including Susie's. Okay. Huh. That's okay. So I asked him, why did you do it? And he says, That's weird. What did you do it with? Huh? How did you do it? I don't know what else to say. I know you did it. I don't know. I don't know anything. Huh. How did you do it? Nina's new game. Yes. What? Let's show him some stuff. Bones. I don't know anything about that. I feel like you do. Newspaper clipping. The Liberty Bank incident. Was the Red Tie Club's? No. That. List of members. Yes, it's true. I was a member of the Red Tie Club. Okay, so his response to the bones is a unique response. I wasn't sure about that. So he knows something about those bones. But he's not telling us. Oops. Dang it. I keep hitting the wrong thing. Okay. Bill had a great interest in Henry Klein, though. Yeah, he did. He did. Was that because he knew Henry Klein was his real father? Or maybe he suspected it? I can't help but think it's got to be one of the two. Or maybe he just thought it was related to what happened with his parents or something. I don't know. Who else did we bring in that we didn't get any information out of? Actually, let's save. I'm curious how this has affected our score. Interrogation 57. Vital information is up to 89. That's another point increase. I can't remember what total was at before. Not so sure about the Henry being Bill's father theory now. Same. Like, I was never, well, I don't know that I was ever super confident about it. Like, it seemed like a wild theory. It just seemed like something to kind of consider as we learn more. Oh, new encouragement from Judd. You've almost got it, JB, but it will take a lot of investigating and reasoning to put a lid on this case. Thank you, Judd. I appreciate your confidence. Kyle says total was 80. That's what I was thinking. Thank you. It's possible Bill wanted to expose the Henry Klein secret to embarrass Ed or as part of some scheme to get control of the trading company. I'm also curious, like, did Bill know what happened with his parents? Because, like, it's kind of fucked up either way, right? Like, if he didn't know, it's fucked up to hide that information from him. If he did know, like, he's living with the person that drove his parents to kill themselves. And, like, I mean, obviously, you know, now as an adult, he could, you know, leave that situation behind if he felt like it. But certainly as a kid, he would have had no choice in the matter, I would think. Okay. So let's bring in... Let's try Janet. We still haven't gotten much out of Janet. I'm going to move the mic out of the way again, and then probably immediately after I do that, we'll get something new. So none of that was new. Um, I'm trying to think what makes sense to try next. I wouldn't be surprised if we've unlocked some new dialogue with somebody. Um, but who knows who? I think I can't let go of all the evidence we're missing, all the physical evidence we're missing. So I think I'm gonna once again try looking for that while I continue eating. When I saw Kate, I was like, oh, we should ask her again about Bill's parents. And then I remembered how the option to ask about his parents is labeled Bill's birthplace, which is still puzzling to me. It suggests that his birthplace is possibly important somehow. We still haven't learned anything about it. But now that we know a little bit more about his parents, it might be worth going around asking anyone that has that Bill's birthplace option and ask for more information. Unfortunately, I can't remember who all has that. It's not a lot of people. Edward's already been arrested, so we can't do that with him anymore. But like, I think that's fine. Like, clearly we had to arrest him to get that much information out of him. Good night, Val. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. Oops, I bumped the microphone. Nothing. I guess next thing I'll do is try to find people that have that Bill's birthplace option. Maybe it's worth, we could once again ask everyone about Bill, maybe Edward as well, and then also Dave, since we now have, and maybe Shelley as well. So Bill, Ed, Dave, Shelley, and then Bill's birthplace. Those are the things that we've learned new information about. So that's the most likely to have unlocked new dialogue elsewhere. It's just hard to know who that dialogue could be from. Also, Unsecret Crush said, I was just poking around on the bookshelf in my childhood bedroom, and my elementary school gave out laminated card-sized versions of our diplomas. In case I wanted to carry around proof I graduated 8th grade, I guess. That's fascinating. Yeah, still no new physical evidence. So, like, I'm sure. Oh, okay. I'm sure we've unlocked something new. I just don't know what. I think my hands are clean. This is an important thing I have to share here. So, hello, welcome to Things I Found in the Basement, where I share a thing I found in the basement while I was looking for something else. Today's thing is quite special. I found this. I don't actually know what I was looking for when I found it. I think it might have been one of the many things I found. At one point, I went looking for my Douglas Adams books, and I was really determined to find. I'm so sure I had, at the very least, the first chunk of the radio drama on cassette tape somewhere. I'm so sure I had that. I could not find it anywhere, but I came across this particular item when I was looking for that recently. And I was reminded of it recently when we were talking about RoboCop. As mentioned, I was very into RoboCop. Important note, when RoboCop came out, I was 10. Not an appropriate age for the interest level I had in RoboCop. Maybe my big interest in it was more when it came out on VHS or whatever. But, then I would have been like 11 or 12 maybe. But regardless, as I said previously, I was mainly familiar with the novelization of the movie. And I really liked the key art, the poster art that was on both the movie poster and, of course, the book cover. And I had an art project that this started with. I started on this in a class, but I'm pretty sure I kept doing it outside of the class. And unfortunately, I never finished it. It was a lot of work. My parents were very proud of my the amount of time and effort I put into this. And I gotta say, I am too. But it does bum me out that I never finished it. I think probably I did the part that I cared about and then moved on. I mean, who wants to spend even more time than this just drawing the car? You know, once RoboCop's done, like, that's the good stuff. I'll give another close up. It's like the world's greatest stick and poke tattoo waiting to happen. Oh no. I'm scrolling up because I missed a bunch of comments. Sanafa bitch, yes, yes, yes. Oh, y'all like my things I found in the basement jingle? Thank you. I made that using Strongbad's head, by which I mean a Casio VL tone. Need to play the RoboCop game demo. Oh yeah, that new one. I'm curious about that. It looks like it keeps the, you know, appropriate 80s vibe very well, which has me especially curious. Also, games that take place in Detroit are always kind of interesting to me. It's always really interesting to see what people think of Detroit. It's often quite incorrect. Salt Ranger says RoboCop was definitely marketed to younger people. That makes sense and is kind of wild. Like, it was rated R, right? And it was pretty violent. A guy gets shot in the dick. All the toys. You know, I don't know that I ever had any RoboCop toys. Yeah, and there was a cartoon. I don't think I was familiar with that. They made toys for kids based on movies kids should not be watching all the time. Yeah. That's true. RoboCop, Terminator, and Aliens toys. Yeah, that's kind of wild, huh? Sweet cup and cakes. Yep. Not sure I ever completed a stippling project either, to be honest. Yeah, it's a lot of work. Oh, it was PG-13. Okay. So, like, I wasn't that far off from that. So that makes more sense that my parents would have been okay with me, like, reading a novelization of it. Oh, Silver says, wait, maybe not. Google, you've failed me. Oh, okay. Mixed up the two versions. 87 was R. That's what I thought. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. I guess my parents figured it's just words. How bad could it be? Who knows? But yeah, that's my thing I found in the basement. Thank you very much, M Zizzy, for sponsoring this episode of Things I Found in the Basement. And welcome back. Yeah, the scene where he gets blown to bits is very, very violent. Always well worth it. I'm glad. Unfortunately, I keep running out of things. I had it disabled for a while, but then I remembered that and I was like, oh yeah, I could. I had found it previously. I didn't bring it up. I mean, there's definitely more things down there. It's trying to figure out what's worth sharing. Okay. So what was I feel like I had a plan. Did I? Oh, right. We had 4 people and 1 topic to ask everyone about. So I'm going to do that while I finish my dinner, which I promise I'm almost done with. Maple Mystery has now given me 2 shout outs tonight during her stream. So I feel it's only fair that I return the favor. If I haven't bullied you all into following her and checking out her game demo already, y'all should definitely get on that. Hello, Edenwaith. I was going to ask about Murder Club, but no one will talk to me about it. I'm currently eating my dinner, but I will sum things up for you in a moment if you would like to be caught up on what we've done so far tonight. Hello. I'm trying to eat dinner. Actually, I just have like 2 bites left. Let me finish real quick. Thank you for your patience. I hate eating on stream, so this is kind of a big moment for me. I ate an entire meal on stream. I'm very proud of myself. And I hope you all are too. Maple Mystery, thank you so much for coming by. I hope your stream was great. And I hope you're having a good night. I just gave you a shout out, but I'll do it again. Always happy to give you shout outs. Let's see. Are you still playing? You're still playing Altered Destiny. How did it go tonight? It sounds like it's been a struggle. So I hope you were able to make some progress. Murder Club has been going pretty great tonight. Last week, it seemed like we made no progress. And in fact, we did a prediction on whether or not I would make any progress. And at the end of the stream, I was like, nope, didn't make any progress. But then immediately after signing off, I saved and found that we did make progress. So I screwed up. But we're making a lot more progress tonight. And we currently have a prediction on whether or not I will manage to finish this game before 3 a.m., which is just under 3 hours from now. Let me say hello to everybody. Mousimus, great to see you. Mousimus has been very helpful. I have a new reward, DOS break, and I've been trying to come up with a little intro for it. And I decided, well, it's DOS break, so I should write a little animation that actually runs in DOS, right? Because I guess that's just kind of the person I am. So I wrote a little program in C to do a little bunch of animated bars, and it says DOS break on it. And Mousimus gave me lots of helpful tips on that. And y'all should also check out both Enclosure 3D and the upcoming Escape from Castle Matsumoto, which I'm super excited about. Hello, Highbury Hazard. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Inway says, eat your Wheaties and be sure to drink your Ovaltine. Always good advice. The Freak Museum, hello. Welcome. Goemon Sama, always good to see you. Technical progress, yes. Last week we made technical progress. There were 3 things we made progress on. 2 of them I overlooked because I had actually done them before, but at some point we backed up to an earlier save and forgot to redo those things. So that was a lot of the progress, and that's why I didn't realize it was new. But then there was one question we got some new information from that I at first thought was new, but then I kind of convinced myself we maybe knew it before and I had just forgotten about it. But turns out that was not the case. Salt Ranger says, Robot Spacer made me a millionaire on accident. Tonight will be the redemption arc and I will be bankrupted. Hopefully not. Mousma says, you're welcome. It's awesome to dip into that again. Nice. Susie says, resist redeeming DOS break even harder than always. I mean, if you do it, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I am enjoying this game. Arabello, good to see you. And apologies if I say this incorrectly. Kakalakoa? Feel free to correct me if that's incorrect. Welcome. Maple Mystery. Hello, everyone. Thanks so much for coming by. The 2 of you that got left behind. I'm glad you could make it over here this time. That was very funny. I got it. Great. And I said this a bit ago before the raid, but if anyone is not following Maple Mystery already, she's a wonderful streamer and also working on a game, The Crimson Diamond, which is very much inspired by The Colonel's Bequest. Maybe my favorite Sierra game, definitely very, very high up there. And Crimson Diamond looks fantastic as well. There's a free demo that's available on Steam now, and I'm excited for the full game to come out eventually. Whenever it's ready. Take your time. I don't know what happened. Yeah, I mean, these things happen. Sometimes things happen on Twitch that don't make sense. Oh, I'm seeing your comments now. You weren't sure if the raid worked, but it did. And then it worked again. So it's all great. All right. So for anyone that's new here, I'm not going to sum up the whole game because it's a lot. But just to give you a rough idea, this is a game called Murder Club by Rika Suzuki. She went on to co-found the company Sing, C-I-N-G, which was responsible for developing her games, the Hotel Dusk series, as well as Another Code or Trace Memory, which were pretty well known over here. Murder Club was very, very well known in Japan, and in fact had, I think, 3 different sequels. But it didn't hit that same level of success and renown over here, unfortunately. But this DOS version of the game came out in '89 in English, and that's the one we're checking out. It's also had a 2 or 3 other versions released over time, including one that was pretty recent. It is, we're trying to solve the murder of Bill Robbins, who was a businessman in town. He was married just 6 months ago. Everybody hated him. Some people hated him for business reasons. Other people hated him because, he cheated on his wife and, possibly assaulted someone. Definitely, I'm going to go ahead and hit my content warning button here. There are topics of suicide has actually come up quite a bit, and as well as sexual assault. He married someone in New York in the past and spent all of her money. I believe it was suggested he spent all his money on his business venture, and then left her, and she was so upset that she shot herself. Her sister, Shelley, then moved to Liberty City, where Bill had moved to, and and plan to take revenge. We actually just learned tonight that she was planning to do that up until the night of his murder. Allegedly, another guy named Dave, who is actually the twin of Janet, Bill's wife, went to Shelley's house to try to take her gun away from her, accidentally got shot, and then his blood was found on a scarf that was allegedly used as a bandage. Both Shelley and Dave both gave us the same story after arresting them, which makes it seem believable, but it is perhaps notable that Dave has recently written a paper on how to commit the perfect crime. That's far from the whole story here, but I think maybe that's enough to give you an idea of the kind of nonsense that's going on here. Connery says, I got a physical copy of Trace Memory as well, so don't have one for Hotel Dusk, though. I have Trace Memory and Hotel Dusk, but not Last Window. Inuit says, I have both those games for the DS. I don't think I realized until Murder Game was streamed that the games were developed by the same group. Not the same company, but the same designer. Rika Suzuki also created a series that's referred to as the 1920s series, even though that is not in the titles of the games. They were never localized, but they look really great. Like, the art on them is fantastic. And it bums me out that I don't think there's even been a fan translation of them or anything. Hopefully someday. Or maybe I'll have to learn Japanese and do it myself. Yes, Queerman, I do have a Stream Deck. Even inspired me to charge up my old DS and start Trace Memory again. Plus, the remake is coming out in the somewhat near future. Oh, yeah. I completely forgot about that. I'm very excited about that. Yeah, there is a Switch version coming out, and it looks pretty well done. Definitely fairly different from, I feel like Hotel Dusk is, it's a detective game, so it's more along this style. But I feel like Trace Memory, it's like, you can tell it's kind of a very different game from the same designer. Like, there's bits of it in there still. A streamer uses software to translate on the fly. Not sure what it's called. Yeah, Ann Kay has actually been working on something that does that. I'm not sure if that's who you're referring to. I don't know much about it other than I've seen her using it, and it's very, very interesting. I've also seen some people like Macaw just like using a phone to translate things, which, like, until I saw him do that, I was like, fuck, I never even considered that. Like, phones can do that now. It's totally an option. Okay, it wasn't in case, yeah. But yeah, that's really neat software that she's been working on. It's very, very cool. Oh, and it was on Macaw's stream. That's funny. Okay. Where were we? So we learned that the stuff I was just saying about Dave and Shelley, we learned that tonight. And we also learned a bit more about Bill's biological parents. We learned that he, according to his adopted dad, Edward put his parents out of business, basically. And they were so devastated by what happened to their business that they allegedly both committed suicide. Knowing what we know about Edward's past, I find that super suspicious. especially both of them. But that's all we know for now. And beyond that is just speculation. So allegedly, because Edward felt some guilt over what happened to Bill's parents, he adopted him and has raised him since. And before his death, Bill was acting CEO of the Robbins Trading Company, which is Edward's company, which is seems like it's kind of the biggest company in town, very successful business. Dragon Knight. Sonneville says, I think Ann K was using Textractor. Okay. I know nothing about it other than it looked very interesting. Dragon Knight had a banger soundtrack. Who needs text? Nice. There's also stuff like Universal Game Translator that uses OCR for games you can't add hooks into. Ah, interesting. Dicevor says, what next? What are we going to do next? So now we're going around and questioning everyone about Edward, Bill, Shelley, and Dave. And then also for some people we have in Ask for Information, which is kind of a category that depends on the person. In some cases we can ask about Bill's birthplace. So basically the way this game works is as you learn more, you will unlock new responses from people, even though the dialogue options may look the same before you've selected them. And then another kind of complication there is like, even if you find new dialogue, like it's not called out in any way, you don't get a nice little like, oh, you've got points jingle or anything like that. You have to notice yourself that it has changed and also kind of understand the consequences of the response changing. It's a lot to keep track of. The game comes with a manual that has all these blank sheets that I printed out and have been taking notes on throughout the game. And there's so many notes. And we've tried to construct a timeline of the night of the murder. I'm not sure where that ended up. There it is. We finally did that last week because I was worried that maybe the timeline I had in my head was not quite useful enough. So here's noon and then 2 a.m. So like a lot of the stuff is just like we don't know what all is relevant. Like there's so many different suspects and possibilities that it's hard to know what information is relevant. So anything that had a time is written down here. Some things that are vague about time that might be relevant are on the right side here. Like we know Bill left his office at 8, went to the Hungry Fisherman, a local restaurant, at 10. He left there at 11:30. His time of death was probably around 1 a.m. And then there's all kinds of other stuff here. Or just modify the game and translate it yourself like Game Dev Jeff and Father World. Or like Sonneveld and MZizzy. Okay. So I don't think we asked him about others yet. Or maybe we did. We asked him some of these. I'll make sure. Dave and Shelley. Okay. Oh, wait. Almost forgot Sarah. I'm just thinking about like one of the early things that happens in the game is you have access to a library and there's some like relevant information you can look at there. One category is like a list of things that have been stolen, a white Ford, knife, a watch, which turned out to be a red herring. Whoever reported that stolen found it. But the white Ford is the vehicle the body was found in. The knife may have been the murder weapon. And then the other thing we get at the beginning of the game is information about Sarah Shields here being assaulted 3 years ago. And we still don't really know how that relates to the case. We're pretty sure it was Bill that assaulted her. At one point, we learned that Bill went to the police and told them not to tell anyone that he was a suspect. And it seems like that was successful. Like most people don't seem to know about that as far as I can tell. He also at one point bragged that he knew who the killer was to his brother-in-law. But his brother-in-law didn't take it seriously for whatever reason. Is it a white Bronco? No, it's a car. It's a Ford car. The attacker, you mean? Sorry, I don't understand your sentence. Not killer. Yeah. Did I say something incorrect or confusing? Sarah Shields is not dead. Correct. Yeah. Sorry. She is standing right here, in fact. Anyways, we don't know, like, if this is connected to the case any more than it involved Bill, most likely. Okay. I think I'm going to ask her about the assault again. We actually got a different response. I have no idea who did it. What good would it do to me now, anyway? Oh, I said Bill told someone who the killer was. Okay, yeah. Thank you for correcting me. Yeah, he knew who assaulted Sarah, is what he said. Okay, that's interesting. I'm obsessed now with checking what gives us points. I might have a problem. I'm not sure if we were already at 89 vital information. We didn't learn anything from that response, but apparently sometimes that's not necessary, which is a little confusing. Okay, back to our traveling around town. So that was Hungry Fisherman. Liberty Bank is next. This guy is interesting. He knew Henry Klein. I feel like we spent so much time tonight learning about a whole different category of stuff from the whole Henry Klein Red Tie Club thing. And I still don't know how it's all connected or if it is. Like, we got the explanation about what might have happened between Dave and Shelley, which kind of suggests that they weren't involved in the murder at all. So therefore, it would be easy to rule out everything we've learned about them as being relevant. Like, you know, if their story is true, then none of that information matters because it's basically a red herring and is, you know, distracting from what actually happened. But I don't know that I believe that. The the big thing that stands out to me is that Dave 6 months ago strongly objected to Bill and Janet getting married enough that he had an argument with Bill at the Hungry Fisherman because he was worried that Bill was going to hurt Janet somehow. And if he didn't know about what happened with Shelley's sister, then what did he know? If he did know about Shelley's sister, then why did he wait 6 months to try to take Shelley's gun away? Doesn't add up. What's really odd is that he had his entire office painted orange, including the furniture. It is a little unusual, but I think it's a good look. I support it. He wanted to match his tie. That makes sense. Okay, so nothing new from him, really. Wasn't here the day it happened. I was in New York on business. Time for me to become unconscious. Have a red night. I'll solve that murder, Robot Spacer. Thank you, Silver. I appreciate your support, and I hope you sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Also, I will take this moment to remind everyone that on Saturday, I will be joining Silver over on his channel. We're going to play At Dead of Night, which is an FMV horror game from the developers of Contradiction Spot the Liar. A game I have not played myself, but multiple people have recommended to me. So I'm very excited to check that out. Also, FMV horror. I mean, that's just very exciting by itself. So that'll be Saturday the 14th at 8 p.m. Eastern. If you check either of our schedules, you should see that in your local time. Or you can go to robotspacer.tv. I always keep that up to date with all my info there. Okay. No, we were just here. Big Burger, Alan. Spill your secrets, Alan. You mean the dead guy? Yeah, I knew Janet, his old lady. Like, you should call out the SWAT team to catch the lowlife who killed him, man. Doesn't know Ed. No way. He been arrested? Yes, I'm sorry. Your buddy Dave has been arrested. Doesn't know Shelley. Okay. Alibi has not changed. I'm not sure Alan is smart enough to have secrets. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm trying to think now. I don't think he's ever changed his story on anything. One of the few people who has not. HeartSafe Insurance. Yeah, this is the first guy that told us about Edward Robbins not believing in insurance. Maybe the only guy that told us that about Edward. Dave doesn't know him. Shelley, don't know her. Hotel Grand. Mr. Robbins came here on occasion. In fact, he had reservations for the night it happened. We had prepared a room with a king-sized bed for him. You can imagine his death was quite a shock. Remember her name. I think I've seen her with Bill Robbins a few times. She's got long blonde hair, doesn't she? Yes, she does. Although you might be thinking of Susie wearing a wig. Okay. There's no one at Bill Robbins' house. There are people here. Mr. Robbins and Freddie were out, but I was home all night. When did they get in? I don't know. I must have been asleep. Mr. Robbins is not the murderer. What's the matter with the police these days? That young man hated Bill. No, I'm most certainly not using too strong a word. So, okay. Dave really fucking hated Bill. Like, this is the guy who tonight told us that he didn't kill Bill. And if he had killed Bill, he would have made him suffer more. He also told us that after he learned more about Bill from Shelley, he actually was considering killing him himself, but someone beat him to it. And then, without knowing any of that, Barb is telling us that young man hated Bill. No, I'm most certainly not using too strong a word. So I'm coming back around to the idea that Dave knew about something else Bill did other than what he did to Dorothy, Shelley's sister. The only thing I can think of that makes sense to garner this level of hatred is knowing about Sarah's assault. I was going to say, if he knew anything, why wouldn't he have told the police? But maybe he did. Maybe Dave is the reason Bill was a suspect. And then, he might have learned that Bill went to the police and told them not to say anything. Like, I feel like that is the only thing I can think of that adds up. It doesn't seem like Dave knew Sarah super well. I mean, maybe he just happened to see something, or I don't know. Okay. So, Shelley. She's a saint to work for a difficult boss like Bill. You probably know whose fault it was that her little sister died. Yes, we do. So she's one of the people we can ask about Bill's birthplace. Okay. I don't know anything else. You might want to talk to his sister. Let's get her. Actually, we already asked her alibi, didn't we? Yeah. Okay. Oh, is there anyone else here? No, just her. Okay, next is Carson's house. Inspector, anyone who says that my father murdered Bill is lying. Dave, she says, I haven't seen him since Bill and Janet's wedding. Shelley, did she kill my brother? Suppose nobody told you that Bill was adopted. My father knew Bill's real parents through business. When they died, he took Bill in. talk to Doug. She used to be Bill's secretary. They were always together. So not much out of him. What's your alibi? I did go out that night. I guess I forgot. Won't tell us who he was meeting. Judy. I was feeling under the weather. There was a party the night before. You know how that is. I spent the entire evening in bed. So once again, not much out of her. That was everybody there, right? Yeah. Man. Got 2 hours and 20 minutes to solve this. Beckert's clinic. That's empty. Beckert's house is also empty. Brian's house is empty. Lyric's store. We haven't talked to Lyric in a while. Let's see what he has to say. Edward Robin's oldest boy. I hate to speak ill of the dead, but he was the kind of man who wouldn't think twice about hurting others if he could profit from it. Oh, no. I wish I had my intro done. Unfortunately, I do not. And since we're playing a DOS game, I don't even need to switch scenes. But Mzizzy has redeemed a DOS break. Because could resist no longer, I guess. So let's save. And then we're going to play some more 20th Century Frog. I haven't decided for sure, but I think what I'm going to do with DOS break is I'll stick to a game for a while. However, if I ever feel like people are not picking DOS break because they don't want to see the same game again, I might start changing things up to keep you on your toes. Just FYI. I cannot control the chaos. This is true. Points all look the same to me. We're so 89, 11 points we're missing on vital information. And we still haven't found any more physical evidence. It's killing me. Let's see. Control Q. It didn't do the Qs. Shocking. Let's see. Frog. Frog.exe. I think that's right. So once again, this is a game that was originally made by some German students that Sonneveld translated into English. And you can get it at the link there. Let's see. We should read a little more of the introduction, maybe? How far did I get last time? Let's see. I remember we learned about frog sex. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that was about where we left off. Landscapes. The beam is so massive that the frog will hit its skull on it if it jumps against it from below. In order not to touch... it's 12:41, so I will go no longer than 30 minutes. Actually, let's just say I'll stop at 1 a.m. or thereabouts to keep it simple. In order to not touch the beam, you can only press buttons in the bottom row when the frog is sitting under the beam. Be careful when the roller rolls under the beam. She can throw the frog against the beam. Oh, God. I keep learning about terrifying new things that can happen in this game. The frog can get stuck in the spider web. Only the bottom 2 rows of buttons can be used to jump under the net. The frog can fall into the pit. There is no more escape from this. There is then no more escape from this. As a vampire, the frog is not allowed to sit in the light. Caution. In this level, the colors of both the dragonflies and the caterpillars have been swapped. Oh, God. That's rude. I already can't keep track of them. Emmy says, dude shows up in my stream, takes me on an 8-hour walkthrough of Mad Dog, translates obscure frog game I play. Who the fuck is this guy? Sonneveld, apparently. That's great. Where was I? Vampire. Okay. The frog can drown in water if it no longer has enough air. There is a small water lily on which the frog can rest. In some levels, the walls come towards the frog from the right and left and possibly push it into the pit. There is a planet in space that attracts the frog. Of course. There's so much to absorb in this. It's very hard to absorb any of it, honestly. The enemies of the frog. Sonneville says, oh man, that Mad Dog playthrough. Like the sun went down during the stream and everything. I think that playthrough was the last time I had an alcoholic beverage, says Emmy. I can't remember how long it's been since I had any alcohol. I keep wanting to find Krabby's is an alcoholic ginger beer that I like, but I don't know that it's sold in the US anymore. But that was the last thing I had, and it was quite a while ago. The roller rolls from side to side and can roll over the frog. If the frog hits the roller from above, it will be carried away or thrown away. The boot kicks the frog deliberately. I know this very well. The boot position is then set to the frog position when the boot disappeared from the top of the screen. Oh. Okay. The snake has a great appetite for the frog. She cleverly hides in the bushes or grass and sneaks cunningly up to him. The bird flies across the room and catches the jumping frog when it is close enough. The frog is safe sitting down. The stork always runs towards the frog and tries to catch it when the frog is sitting. The stork cannot see the frog directly below. Oh. Ginger beer is nice, Emmy says. Queer Mint said, and then Emmy says, correct take from Minty. Yes, ginger beer is very nice. I agree. Wait, did I miss any? Scorpions sting the frog when it sits near them. He can just take 2 stitches. Okay. The spaceship shoots the frog with its laser. After a few shots, the frog's protective shield is destroyed. The pike catches the frog in the water. Oh, this is another one I didn't know about. The gimmicks. Okay, this is good. We'll stop and get to the actual game after we learn about the gimmicks here. If you have managed to eat a ladybug, you get a gimmick. Gimmicks can be very useful in certain situations. However, if you use a gimmick in the wrong situation, you will be penalized with a point deduction. I did not know this. A list of the received gimmicks appears with the F3 key. This list cannot be infinitely long. If it is filled up, a ladybug only appears again when a gimmick has been used up. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I did not know exactly what happened when we ran out of space for gimmicks. The effect of the gimmicks used only lasts for one level. After an ascension or after changing levels, this gimmick has completely disappeared. The gimmicks and their effects are, this is just all in the manual, of course. Protection against hostile environment, axe, destroys the beam. The frog can no longer run its head on it and can no longer sit on it. Broom, sweeps away cobwebs. Nail, stabs the roller when it rolls over it. Magic hat, makes invisible for animals, stork, bird, scorpion, etc., but not for things, water, roller, spaceship, etc. The stork and the bird can only guess where the frog is, but cannot catch it. Okay. Parasol. Protect the vampire frog from the light. Very important. Oil. The bird cannot hold the frog in its beak if it is rubbed with oil. Oh. Scarecrow. Teaches the bird to fear. I love that. It's just a great little description. Ankle cuff binds the stork's feet. He is tied to his current location, but can still peck. Okay. Steel helmet prevents impaling by the stork. Antidote makes you immune to scorpion stings. Flute distracts the snake from chasing frogs. Space helmet protects against the laser of the spaceship. Sign is so stable that the boot can no longer harm the frog. Steel beam prevents walls from moving. Walls can move. Rubble fill the pit. Beekeeper hat does not let bee stings through. Oxygen allows you to stay underwater as long as you like. Fishing rod drives the pike into somewhat greater water depths. Okay. Feeding aids, corpse gathers the flies around. Thank you for the follow. Great to have you here. Flycatcher attracts flies. Oh, you know what? I meant to change my game while I'm playing this. We don't have 20th Century Frog in here. So we'll just do retro. I was reminded of that the other day. I made a clip of something and it had the wrong game on it. And you can't change that. So I'm going to try to be more careful about updating my game at least. I've missed a bunch of chat here. I'm drinking Rochester ginger with the kick of 2 angry mules. Interesting. At some point, I got some recommendations of ginger beers, and I wrote them down in my notes, and I don't know what notes those are in anymore. I need to go through and find those. I think I need salt. I couldn't eat my noodles because they were too spicy for me. Oh, no. Yes, Kyle, this game is pretty wild. I will actually get to the game in a moment here. I need to get some sleep. Have a good night, everyone. Good luck with the Murder Robot Spacers. Thank you. And thank you again for the follow, and have a great night. We'll have to submit 20th Century Frog to the game database. Yes, I agree. Main Root Ginger Brew. Okay. I know at one point I tried to find a couple ones that people had recommended, but I was not able to find them locally. Okay, where was I? Flycatcher attracts flies that stick to it. These flies then no longer have to be eaten. Ooh, that's nice. Grassfire frightens grasshoppers, which are then easier to catch. Honey jar attracts the bees rather than calms them down. They no longer chase the frog when they're angry, and they're easier to catch when they are not angry. Attractants. Flower attracts a butterfly. Caterpillar calls a caterpillar. Beetle calls a new ladybug. Pheromone is a sex attractant. A frog of the opposite sex appears. Gimmick management. Canister extends the gimmick list. Ooh. Copier, double the gimmick. Gimmick slider throws away a gimmick and replaces it with another. Oh, okay. Garbage can for throwing away useless gimmicks. Bundle combines several of the same gimmicks so that they take up less space in the list. Very handy. Guarantee. A guaranteed gimmick is retained in all levels. Once a gimmick is guaranteed, it is used for the current level. However, it must be used anew in every further level. Okay. Other. Hormone. The frog changes its sex. Gadget. Promoted back to the previous level. Does that mean it takes you to the previous level? Anti-gravity reverses the planet's gravity. Cylinder. If the frog jumps out on one side, it will come back in on the opposite side. This effect can be switched off again with a second cylinder. Somersault makes the frog jump. Halo. For the frog is an ornament to ward off all good. What? Excuse me? The Ginger People ginger beer. Try one before buying a pack. Those both have kick. I'm fine with kick, but I appreciate the warning. Okay, now we're going to play it. Don't wear the halo when you're a vampire. Okay, thank you for the tip. So for those that have not experienced this game before, it uses the whole keyboard. If you wanted to jump very high and far to the left, you would press 1. If you wanted to jump straight up, but just a little bit, you'd probably press B. If you wanted to jump a middle jump slightly to the right, you could press like H or J. So like where you press on the keyboard determines the height and direction of your jump. The thing that I find tricky is that if I'm, say, on the left side of the screen already, and I want to jump into the upper left corner, I always want to hit like 1 because that is like the corner of the screen, but that's not how it works. Like if I'm on the left and I want to jump up above, I want to hit like 6 or 7, or maybe a Y or something. So it's like relative to where the frog is, not mapped to screen coordinates, if that makes sense. It's very hard. And also, there, as you can see from the manual, which we did not read anywhere near all of, there's a lot to learn and absorb. Okay, escape. We're going to play Bloody Beginner because I'm terrible at this. So we need to jump around and catch all these flies. Obviously, in this level, it's easier. And also, like, points are at -3. You lose points every time you jump. And, like, the bigger the jump, the more points you lose. So we got a gimmick from getting that ladybug. So we can hit F3. So I have a nail, which is good for the level with the roller, and a honey jar, which will be good if we ever get to the bees, which I probably won't. Hinton, hello. Somehow I missed that you gone live, but thankfully by only 4 hours. Yeah, you haven't missed too much. Sandoval says, if you use help during a level, sometimes it jumps to a relevant section. Okay, I still don't know how to open the help while I'm playing. If anyone wants to tell me that, feel free. Culinary says, this seems exactly like the kind of hell game I would make. Wonderful. You should make a hell game just like this. I assume F1? Okay. Let's try that. Great. Perfect. Thank you. And it did jump to information about the beam. So, oh, come on. Oh, we got it. Copier. Oh, I missed it. I did not actually get it. I can never remember which. Oh, get out of here. Oh, there's multiples? Okay, we went forward. That's fine. I don't like shit. The bright colored dragonfly takes you forward a level. The darker colored one takes you back a level. I think that's correct. What does catching these worms accomplish? Caterpillar. A caterpillar calls. Light green worms equals good? Okay. I remembered learning that the caterpillar gimmick calls a caterpillar, but I don't remember if we learned what that accomplishes. If you get 4, a frog appears for mating times. Okay, thank you. Oh, shit. Did it again. Game over. Terrible. Oh, come on. Only water has no beams. One of life's important lessons. This is maybe my least favorite level that I've encountered so far, which is saying a lot because I hate that fucking boot. This one just feels so tedious. Oh. I think maybe my skipping levels policy is I won't do it unless I've already beaten the level during this like DOS break. There we go. Yes. Space helmet and oil. Okay. I am in the frog zone. Oh, damn it. Not enough, though, apparently. Let myself get distracted. Oh, crap. That's forward. That's fine. What is the street for? It's for stepping on frogs, apparently. Crap. Oh, no, don't do that. No, crap. Oh. I panic every time that boot comes down on me. We got time for at least one more playthrough. I really want to get to the vampire level, even though I'm terrified of it. I mean, let's be real. I'm terrified of all the levels, except this one, maybe. Okay, so this time we've done that level. I'm skipping it. It's not interesting enough. It does seem like maybe a good level to accumulate some points on, but sometimes you got to make hard choices. So this worm on the right is a darker colored worm, right? It's so subtle. God. Oh, crap. Okay, that's forward. That's fine. Boot, boot, boot. Oh, crap. Oh, the part we read in the manual about the boot, I feel like I'm starting to get the hang of it, but I'm not quite there yet. Yeah. Oh, crap. Anti-gravity beetle. The next beetle, please. Oxygen. Oh no, not back. Shit. Oh, that was lucky. Crap. My problem is I panic when the boot comes down, and I seem to always hit keys that don't go far enough to one side. Wait, what? If you take too long, it just starts making up a name? Is that what's happening there? All right, we're doing one more. We'll see how long I keep saying that. I won't go any more than another 10 minutes, which will be a half hour total. That's the DOS break limit. Skipping this again. Ginger ale, nice. Thank you for the egret. Scarecrow, shoebirds, corpse. Flies find corpses attractive. Oxygen. Well, yeah, let's use the corpse. I'm curious. Oh, no, it's a little dead frog. Okay, so it brought the flies over there so I can grab them really easily if I knew how to play. There we go. Okay, boot time. Yes. A frog rarely jumps alone. I've gotten to this one before. This might be the furthest level I've gotten to. Oh no, we've been here. Shit. Okay. Crap. Crap. Yes. What'd I get? Another oxygen. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. That was close. I'm a vampire. I don't know how this works other than I don't want to go in the sun. Oh crap. Was that my last guy or do I have more? Yes. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Shit. Well, that was pretty good. I'm satisfied. I got to the vampire level. That was my goal. 569. Terrible score. But we had fun. Thank you, MZizzy, for sponsoring this DOS break. How do I get out? Not like that. Abort game. Exit program. Yes. Deaths by percentage. The winner is still Beams. So that confirms what I was wondering is whether this is kept track of over time. That's kind of fun. Yes, again. Let's watch the credits. Is this credits? This is a cast list. Vamp frogs still go to heaven. Yes, this is important to note. Mrs. Frog is Mrs. Frog. Mr. Frog is Mr. Frog. I like the wardrobe credits for Mr. and Mrs. Frog. Very good. Tried my best with all the jokes and puns here. That's great. I feel like translating jokes and like especially a joke like a pun like has to be the hardest thing possible to translate. Thank you for the clip, Emmy. Hooray! That was great. Back to Murder Club. You've successfully reduced my time by 30 minutes, and you don't even have anything to gain from it, except the enjoyment of frog, which isn't that the most important. Had to give up on some Korean puns. Yeah. All right, at least we get to hear the song again, too. That's also a nice bonus. Load game 36. So where were we? We were going around questioning everyone about the four people and then the one, Bill's birthplace. Where did I leave off? That Cosmo mode is very good, by the way. Where did I leave off? We did all those, right? I remember going to the hotel. Yeah, we went to... Oh, maybe it was Lyric's store? Did I talk to Lyric already? Oops. I don't remember. I may have done this already. Carrington's. I don't think we were here. Dave didn't do anything. Never met Shelley. Can't ask about Bill's birthplace. Oh, right, because we arrested Dave, so she's the only one left in the house now. Okay. Carrington's. Thorpe's is empty. Shelley's is empty. We could talk to Father Jacoby, which we have not done in a bit. Mr. Robbins' funeral was held here. I pray for his soul daily. God bless Edward and all his money. Never had a one-on-one conversation with the young man about Dave. She was here about a week ago praying for Mr. Robbins' soul. Have you asked her all the information things since you arrested Dave? Who are you referring to, Dicevor? Right now, I'm focusing on like the specific things that we've learned information about tonight. The blonde lady who lived with him, that would be his mother, Martha Carrington. So yeah, I didn't go over all those categories. I'm just focusing on the ones that seem like they must have new information somewhere. It is entirely possible that whatever we've unlocked at this point is not obvious, but I feel like the best way to approach it is to, stick with related topics and then move on to asking other stuff. It's tricky though. But did he have enough of a motive to kill Bill Robbins? This guy says about Dave. That's the thing we don't know. I mean, he said that he wanted to. Mac, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Did I finish the list here? Shelley, who? Dave. All right, Dave's his student. Doing good. Great. Heck. Cemetery, college. Bill. It's the man whose corpse I discovered. Just opened the car door and he fell on me. Never seen a dead man before. It gave me the shakes. Edward, the victim's father, big man around town. He came here to identify the body. Dave. He's in Professor Latner's class, I think. He was hanging around here after the murder took place. When I asked him what he was doing, he said he was researching a paper on how to commit the perfect murder. Doesn't know Shelley. So there's not a lot of people, especially that aren't already arrested, who we can ask about Bill's birthplace, which is a bummer. Still nothing at the crime scene. I'm sure eventually we'll find something there. This guy doesn't know anybody. I think he only knows like Bill and Edward, and like he just knows who they are. But we'll ask anyway. Shelley. Nothing. So I'm a little bit stumped at the moment. We could maybe try interrogating people again. I think I've tried searching everywhere since we last got any new responses. I think. So I don't think that's worth doing. And then kind of last resort is we go around and ask people the full list of questions again. I really don't want to do that. If I get to that point, I think I'll start with I'll try to be smart about who might be the most likely to tell us something new. I feel like Dave's mom might have more to say after you arrest her son. Yeah, we'll go talk to her again. It's worth a shot. Alibi. I was home all evening. My husband came in at about 11 o'clock. Red Tie Club. My first husband was a member of the Red Tie Club. Amoenus. That's the charity organization that Mrs. Carson shares. Liberty Bank case. Actually, my first husband worked for Liberty Bank. Arson. The name of my first husband was Henry Klein. These are all old news at this point. My first husband lived in this town briefly a long time ago. And nothing else. I guess I'll go ahead and go through this whole list. Why not? She's a thoughtful woman. She helped with so many of Janet's wedding arrangements. Didn't want to be involved in the Amoenus Club. Uncomfortable in groups. Yeah, I think she's not a very talkative person. And her husband, Joe, is even less talkative. We think that's because Joe is actually Henry Klein, who allegedly died 20 years ago and also was a suspect in a big embezzlement case at Liberty Bank. So we think that he is hiding his identity and that she has, in fact, remarried her first husband under a new name. So obviously they would not be the most talkative people because they have some pretty major secrets they're hiding. It's working day. My husband operates the home real estate agency downtown. Yeah, we should go talk to Joe again. Who's the other guy? Doug. Joe and Doug are the two people we can arrest that we have not arrested yet. The question is, do we get the information we need from them or from someone else? Also, I wonder if Sarah Shields might be another person to talk to. Like, I can't help but think Dave knows something about Sarah's assault. And she'd be the most likely to have anything to say about that. Maybe Barb, like we got some information out of Barb about that, specifically about Bill trying to cover up his involvement. Barbara's been very kind and taken Janet under her wing. Apparently, Janet's learned a lot about the Robbins family from her. Went to get chocolate. Ooh. Sounds good. You'll never eat chocolate again. Oh, no. I lost track of where it was. We asked about Barbara. Ken Scott. Don't know him. Russell. Don't know him. Wait a minute. Yes, now I remember he's been here before. Yeah, we knew that. Yeah, what type of chocolate? That is a very good question. I'm wondering if I have any chocolate accessible to me. Let's talk to Joe at the real estate company. Let's go over these questions first. Left here at 10 or 11 the night of the murder. We don't know what he did after that, do we? Joe Carrington. Oh, he was supposed to meet a customer. They never showed up. He originally said he went home at 10. But then I think like someone saw him later than that or something. But eventually he admitted that it might have been more like 11. Banana chocolate. Interesting. It's okay. Ritter makes a decent banana chocolate. I don't know that I've ever had a banana chocolate. It sounds like it could be good. Should be some little dark chocolate squares in the pantry. Okay. Had too many M&Ms. Oh no. Yeah, I'm a big fan of dark chocolate. I'm lactose intolerant, so like milk chocolate is not great. It's fine if I just have a little bit, but I prefer dark chocolate. I also just kind of prefer dark chocolate for the taste. Want to try Katzenzugen? What is that? I assume it's a type of chocolate or a brand of chocolate. Doesn't know anything about the Red Tie Club. Allegedly. Don't have anything to say about the Liberty Bank case. Yeah, you wouldn't, huh? Arson. Don't know anything. Life insurance? Insurance? I don't know anything about it. Again, related to the insurance guy told us that he took out a fire insurance policy. Don't own a gun. Can we... I wonder if... For a while now, we've had plenty of good reason to arrest this guy. I wonder if maybe now we've done enough other things that the game will be like, yeah, okay, you could do that now, I guess. We should try it, I think. Did see Mr. Carson when I was leaving work that day. He was in a big hurry. Dazbor says, okay, I changed my mind. This is the most suspicious looking person. This is the guy we suspect is Henry Klein, who was supposed to have died in a fire 20 years ago. Someone, Glenn Axworthy, was paid to take a body to Henry Klein's house and then set the house on fire. The body was burned beyond recognition, and it was assumed to be the body of Henry Klein. However, we recently dug up the grave of Henry Klein and the grave next to it belonging to Robert McNally, the father of Susie McNally. And Robert McNally's grave was empty. Henry Klein's grave had a skeleton in it that showed that this person had been shot in the leg. We strongly suspect that this was actually Robert McNally's body in Henry Klein's grave, and that this guy here, Joe Carrington, is in fact Henry Klein. There's a little bit of evidence to back this up. The biggest thing being that Joe sold the land that Henry's house was on to Bill for a good price. Do you get those banana lollies that are sort of like bananas made of puffy paint? Because it's like that, contained in chocolate. I have banana lollies that are sort of like bananas made of puffy paint. I don't know what that means. I can't really even picture it. It sounds unpleasant. I guess if you describe any food as being like puffy paint, that sounds a little unpleasant to me. Like banana marshmallows, if they covered those in chocolate, I'd probably have a real problem. That does sound kind of good. German chocolate shaped like cat tongues. The back has very, very cute kittens on the package. That's fun. They taste perpetually stale. That's not great. God, I want to arrest this man. Bill, he was a selfish man. I hate to say this about my daughter's husband, but he had it coming. I kind of forgot that he really hated. This is definitely Dave's stepfather, possibly also Dave's biological father, if he is in fact Henry Klein. And he also really hates Bill. Maybe Dave hates Bill because he knows things about Bill that he learned from his father. But what would that be? Circus peanut. Kind of like clinkers. I don't think we have clinkers over here. I don't know what that is. Maybe they're called something else, though. Something about the Liberty Bank thing. Thank you for the Garfagator. Garfadile. We asked him about the Liberty. Yeah, he won't tell us about the Liberty Bank thing. Game Dev Jeff, thank you for flushing your coins down the toilet. I think we're just going to keep going through this list. Can't stand arrogant bastards like him. Dave didn't do anything. Martha, she's a treasure. She takes very good care of me and the kids. I hear that things have been hard for the Lee Cosmetics company since larger competitors have moved in the area. What the hell is a clinker? I'm going to Google clinker. Clinker food. Okay, interesting. Colorful candy centers dipped in smooth Cadbury milk chocolate. And it looks like an inside out M&M. They have fake clinkers at Aldi. Interesting. Hinton asks, how do people live without clinkers? I don't know, Hinton. I guess we just don't know any better. 6-7 says it's a term for prison, like you'll do 5 to 10 in the clinker. Thank you. Doug, Michael, Janet. My daughter didn't do it. Stephen. Fortunately, I'm a very healthy man. I haven't been to a doctor in years. Yeah, you wouldn't go to the doctor, would you? Not that doctor, at least. Technobumble, hello. Thank you so much for coming by. What are y'all up to tonight? The 7th guest. Nice. I hope you had a great time. I have not played the 7th guest myself, but I am looking forward to eventually getting to it. It seems like it's up my alley. Hello again, Mac. Great to see you again. It's been a while, but glad you could come around again. Not part of the raid. Wonderful. We are playing a game called Murder Club. It was originally released in 86 in Japan and then in 89 for DOS in North America. We are doing our best to solve the murder of a man named Bill Robbins. It is incredibly complicated, and I'm a little stuck at the moment, but overall we've made a lot of progress tonight, so I guess I can't complain too much. Currently, we're just trying to question people and see if we can learn more information, figure out how to progress. I feel like we're super close to getting to the bottom of this, but there's still some pretty big unknowns. It's been awesome so far. I'm enjoying playing the puzzles that kick my butt as a 10-year-old. Nice. It's always a great feeling to go back to a game that you struggled with. For me, the big one that I had that experience with is Zork, the original Zork text adventure game. I played that a ton as a kid, and just there were so many puzzles in that game I could not figure out. And then 20 years later, I think after having kind of unintentionally learned some things about the game, I was able to finally go back to it and figure stuff out and finish the game, which was very satisfying. I guess, like I was saying, like he says he hasn't seen the doctor because he's very healthy. The doctor is one of the organizers of the Red Tie Club, along with Robert Russell Thorpe. It is unclear to me if the Red Tie Club was in on I feel like they had to be in on the fake death of Henry Klein, assuming that is what happened. Because it would have taken, I think, multiple people to carry that out successfully. Including, we know Edward Robbins, one of the members. um, is the one that hired Greg Axworthy to take a body to Henry Klein's house and then set it on fire. So, okay. So yeah, I feel pretty confident about that now. Okay. So then he wouldn't really have any reason to avoid going to the doctor. So perhaps he is simply very healthy. Yeah, it had to be a group project for sure. All right, so we've questioned him pretty thoroughly this time and gotten nowhere, unfortunately. Let's go back to interrogation. Let's save just for kicks. Haven't really done anything. No new points. I feel like when I went in to question Edward Robbins, like right away we got a new deposition from him that was super unexpected. So I can't help but feel like there's maybe someone else in here that's got new things to say. Bill wasn't my real son. Bill's parents' company went bankrupt because of my actions. They both committed suicide. I hadn't meant to hurt them. I did it for the company. I felt terrible, so I took Bill and raised him as my son. Bill was always challenging me, fighting me over everything. He seemed to want to make my life miserable. But even so, I would never kill the boy. Stop this useless interrogation. Won't tell us what he knows about the bones. This is one of the people who I feel like will eventually have more to say if we can figure out, like, we probably need some additional evidence to present in order to get more out of him. Fred. I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. I'm in love with Susie. That's all. They're a present I gave someone. Okay, it was Susie McNally. He didn't trust insurance agents, said they were the scum of the earth. No matter how many people encouraged him to get insurance, he never bought any. So this is an example of someone telling us that Bill specifically thought insurance was a scam. And I'm pretty sure someone else has backed up that. Which again is relevant because Bill's wife, Janet, had a $10 million insurance policy taken out on him, of course, with her as the beneficiary. Means nothing to me. Most of this is expected. Just whenever I feel stumped, I feel like I'd rather be thorough. Because occasionally there's something that just it comes from an action you wouldn't have expected it to. Had an inferiority complex towards Bill, and yes, I hated him because of what he had going with Susie, but I sure as hell didn't kill him. There's no point in yelling. I've told you a million times I could never have hurt Bill. There's nothing new out of him. Janet. We re-questioned her already. Signed a contract for a life insurance policy because Bill said we should get one. It wasn't my idea. I didn't say anything about it because I knew you'd jump to conclusions. So knowing that Bill didn't think insurance was worthwhile, this seems like it's either a lie or maybe Bill in this one case was fine with insurance because he was faking his own death and wanted that money. Again, we have very little to back that up, but it does seem like a possibility. I'm just going to go through this real quick because I know we just did all this, and I don't expect anything new to come up. She knows something about that knife. It was in her house. It's possibly a murder weapon, but she won't say more. She continues to think it's Susie, who it seems unlikely. So nothing new from her. Dave. I didn't do it, honest. Bill was a terrible man. My sister Janet was just one of his victims. I think that's a new response. Shelley didn't do anything. She used her scarf as a bandage when I accidentally got shot. We didn't do anything. I really didn't kill him, honest. The more I heard stuff about Bill from Shelley, the more I felt something had to be done about him. I even thought about killing him, but somebody beat me to it. I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. Stephen. I think Stephen is one of the people we still have gotten very little out of. I'm the Robbins family physician. I'll admit that it was a mistake on my part, not to mention that I had been at Thorpe's house the night Bill was killed. Still, the fact that remains that I didn't have anything to do with Bill's murder. I believe because that's like a single screen without a press enter to continue, that's just his original deposition, meaning we haven't got him to reveal anything by showing him evidence and questioning him. So we've made zero progress with this guy. I feel like we must be missing an item we need to present to him. The bones, he knows something about, even though he won't say it. And the scalpel, I don't know anything, but... Wait, no, that's actually his default response. So it's the newspaper clipping that's different. I don't know anything. I swear I didn't do it. I didn't kill Bill Robbins. What do you mean by that? I told you I didn't kill him. Still nothing. What are we missing? Susie. Yes, it's true that I was having an affair with Bill. And yes, I did go to Bill's house when Janet was away. Bill promised he would divorce her and marry me. But No, I didn't kill Bill because he wouldn't marry me. You don't know me. I couldn't do that. I really don't know anything else. Bill was bad. Yes, those are mine. She says of the earrings. It's a disguise I used when I went to meet Bill. When I wear it, I look a lot like Shelley McDonald, Bill's secretary. She says about the wig. Yes, I know that Fred loved me, but I couldn't love him back. I loved Bill. That was a letter from Fred, Bill's brother, that included the phrase, quote, I would kill for you. Newspaper article was written the same year that my father died, which was 20 years ago. A lot of stuff went down 20 years ago. I couldn't have killed him. I loved him. I've never even thought about killing Bill. It's true. Please believe me. Oh, please, I'm innocent. Please believe me. She's given us the same responses for a while now. Shelley. That's absolutely true. Dave convinced me to stop thinking about killing Bill. I didn't kill Bill, honest. I'm telling the truth. I did not kill Bill. So that deposition is new from her tonight. But we still haven't gotten a ton of new information from her. My only sister Dorothy married Bill Robbins in New York. It was an unhappy marriage. Bill killed her as sure as if he'd pulled the trigger himself. That's why I wanted to kill Bill Robbins with that gun. I was going to kill Bill, but Dave wrestled the gun away from me. As we were struggling, a shot went off and hit him. The bloodstains on the scarf are his. The perseverance. Thank you, Mousimus. We'll get there. I am really curious. I would have given up 10 times over. I'm really curious how this game changed in later versions. Like, we know character names were changed, and I think some new characters were added. But beyond that, like, I don't know if they maybe modernized the gameplay mechanics a little bit over time to make it a little less punishingly difficult. For me, like, I would definitely prefer if, like, I've put a ton of thought into this game as we go through it, but I feel like that's never been enough. Occasionally that gets us some progress, but so many times, like, the thing we needed to do to make progress was just pretty unexpected and just required a lot of fumbling through options we've been through so many times already. I still very much appreciate it for what it is, but, you know, certainly it has flaws. Conair says, would give up on Murder Club, wouldn't give up on creating a 3D game engine for old school point and click adventure games. Of course. Mousimus says, we all have our triggers, for sure. Unsecret Crush says, I didn't get the impression there were new characters, at least from looking over the Turbo CD walkthrough. Okay. I got that impression somewhere. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't remember where I got that idea from. So I cannot say whether it's accurate or not. Interrogate. Bill practically killed my sister. I was just waiting for the right moment to pay him back. When it came down to it, though, I couldn't kill him. I just couldn't. She has said this before, and it seemed like a very interesting statement at the time. But then, you know, at the time she said it, I didn't really know what to think of it. But knowing what we know now, I kind of wonder if it's possible Bill was there at her house. Or wherever she struggled with Dave over the gun. Because, like, to me, this sounds like I was there, I was ready to pull the trigger, and I couldn't do it. Like, that's what this dialogue sounds like to me. Like, this doesn't sound like something you'd say if you were just sitting at home thinking about your plans. I mean, maybe, but and especially, like, if she had a loaded gun and she struggled with Dave, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you could come to the conclusion before going to do it. It just, I don't know. I feel like we have to be missing some information still about like that struggle. Excuse me. Oops, shit. Okay, same story. Russell. He's saying the Red Tie Club had something to do with some kind of crime. That's a crock. The night Bill was killed, I took a walk near the graveyard. That's all I did. But why? Why were you at the graveyard? You're not saying that I killed Bill? Don't make me laugh. Why are you at the graveyard? What do you know about these bones? Is Henry Klein dead, though? See, nothing new from him either. Brian Ayler. So, I thought we had Brian figured out. Like, he stole the car. He's admitted that he stole the white Ford that went missing and that Bill's body was found in. He was paid to do this by Bill, which is super weird. We know that he was upset with Bill over that. And then the thing we've known for a long time, but were recently reminded of, was that he was seen at 2 a.m. outside the Hungry Fisherman, which doesn't make sense. I can't think of a reason why. I think the best explanation I could come up with that I brought up earlier was that he may have somehow found out that Bill was dead before the body was found by the security guard and was upset because this made him look like a suspect because he's the one that stole the car. I wonder, like, if Bill isn't dead, he might know that? I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. Fuck. Deposition. Yes, I stole the car from Robin's Trading Company's parking lot. I couldn't sell my books, and I was having a hard time. I'm truly sorry. It was a bad judgment call. I'll admit to stealing a car, but I sure as hell didn't kill anyone. It's true. You've got to believe me. Not wearing a tie either. Definitely guilty. Oh, no. Kyle asked, do you have a gut feeling at all on who the murderer is? At this point, no. None. Like, I keep thinking there has to be some connection between Bill's death and the Red Tie Club stuff from 20 years ago. But, like, even at this point, I don't even know if that's necessarily a given. Like, it's possible all that stuff is in there simply to, like, add layers to all this and give you, like, more things to uncover and wonder about. Like, but, like, if that is related, you know, it could be some, like, big, like, a thing we've talked about is that maybe, like, maybe multiple people were in on this. The insurance policy was taken out with the plan of splitting it up between those multiple people. with the idea being that, with lots of people involved, they can, do a good job of covering up what really happened the same way they did 20 years ago. Again, like the Red Tie Club is a bunch of people who are really interested in murder mystery novels. So like, it kind of stands to reason that they're thinking about this kind of stuff all the time. Like, I feel like that's the implication, is that because they're so into murder mysteries, they like have lots of ideas of how to get away with crimes. Probably not useful in real life, but I believe we're meant to understand that in the context of this video game. There's lots of like much more straightforward possibilities. Like Janet, like she knew that Bill was not a great guy. She knew he was cheating on her. I mean, she got an insurance policy a month before the murder, so like, maybe she just wanted to be rid of him and also benefit from it. Like, that seems totally reasonable. And also she has like been one of the people that's like been the least forthcoming. Most people we've arrested and interrogated have eventually given us some information. And like, for example, Shelley, she told us what happened between her sister and Bill. So like, and then she, admitted that she came here to take revenge. And like her admitting to all that made it easier to buy her story. Because if she was willing to confess that she had a reason to murder Bill, like why would she admit to that if she had actually done it? So that seemed like good reason to believe her story. But Janet has given us nothing. The most she's done is blame it on Susie, which I don't think even makes any sense. Like, she doesn't have any good reason for that. She just seems to be saying it's Susie because Bill was having an affair with Susie and she doesn't like her. Who else is possible? I mean, obviously Shelley, maybe her story about, couldn't go through it with it is just bullshit. Maybe she did go through with it. We know Dave also hated Bill, so maybe she went through with it and Dave was like, cool, I'll help you cover this up. And here's the story we're going to tell the cops when we eventually get arrested. Like, I feel like that, like with what we've learned tonight, something like that honestly seems like a pretty good bet. But like, there's all these possibilities and I have no idea which seems the most likely at this point. I think it's the doctor based on absolutely nothing. Yeah, I mean, he's one of the members of the Red Tie Club. Like, I had a wild theory at one point that he like, I think my initial theory was that he like helped cover up the actual cause of death. I thought maybe Bill was actually shot and like he made it look like Bill was stabbed instead. I mean, he's like everyone's doctor, and he was also the coroner responsible for the case. Also, like, maybe it wasn't even Bill's body. Maybe Bill's still alive. Edward, Bill's dad, is the one that identified the body. And again, he's one of the Red Tie Club members. So if he's in on some like big cover-up thing and he identified the body, and the coroner is also in on it, like, I don't know. I keep thinking we're so close to like the one thing that'll make this start to make sense. Like, they'll push us towards like, any one of these possibilities, but it's like we keep finding stuff that goes off in a different direction. And now I forgot if I went through this list already with this guy. 2 o'clock. Oh no. Only stole one lousy car. So nothing new from him. Oh right, like an hour ago I was like, let's try to arrest Joe. I bet we can arrest Joe now. I still haven't tried that, have I? I think I got distracted by 20th Century Frog. That's what I'm blaming it on. But we're almost done with this process. We just have Glenn Axworthy. So we'll finish this up and then we'll try to arrest Joe and or Doug. Those are the only two people we haven't arrested yet. Went to see Edward Robbins. I wanted to ask him about Henry Klein. When I asked for Mr. Robbins, though, the secretary sent me into Bill Robbins' office. That's how I met Bill. Bill was really surprised to hear about Klein. The day after I met Bill, he came to visit me in my hotel room and asked me for every detail I knew about Klein. That's all. Helped carry the body. Oh, Kyle said the dad didn't give up anything either, did he? I mean, he told us about what happened with Bill's biological parents, which was new tonight. But like at this point, that doesn't tell us a whole lot. It's interesting information that I feel like is probably important, but at this point, we don't know how. Six Seven says he was stabbed with a very small stubby knife made out of lead with an expanding tip, which entered at a high velocity. A bullet. He was stabbed with a bullet. Yes. Kyle says, so Edward stumbled when asked about the bones and newspaper clipping. I guess those are the ones he will reveal something about when you have more evidence. Yeah, that seems to generally be the case. Like you just need enough evidence and then they'll give you a new deposition and then you can go back to the evidence and get more information about those items. Many years ago, I carried the body to Klein's house and then set fire to the house. I did it because Edward Robbins asked me to. I didn't do anything else. Oh, please believe me, I didn't kill anybody. Unsecret Crush says, you still never found anything in the study, did you? I'm bummed about that. No, nothing. Because I don't know any of the context of what the thing is or what it could tell you. Yeah, I keep wondering about it. Like, it is worth noting, like, I think you told me that whatever it is was something you could find pretty early on. But like, I didn't ask Sarah about her assault until very late, which meant I didn't get that updated response from Barb until very late. But that's stuff you probably could have done much, much earlier in the game. Do we actually know where Bill was murdered or just where the body was found? No, we do not know where. The body was found outside the front gate of Arlington College, inside the stolen white Ford. It is believed that the body was moved there, that is not where Bill was killed. We also know that Russell Thorpe was in the vicinity of the graveyard, possibly along with Edward Robbins and or Stephen Beckert. And like it seems like some or all of them went from graveyard to church to Arlington College. And also, Dr. Stephen Beckert does have a blue car. The security guard told us that a possibly blue car, was seen speeding away when he found the body. So that's kind of our best guess as to who transported the body there. But we still know nothing about where he was shot, if he was even, where he was killed. It appears the body was stabbed multiple times in the back. Possibly being shot was just a theory. But yeah, we know nothing. Like, honestly, this idea that maybe he was at Shelley's house along with Dave and that, something happened there, like, that's kind of the only theory about how the actual murder took place that we have so far, I think. At least the only one that involves a specific location. Well, I guess that's not true. If Janet did it, it might have just happened in Bill's house. But also, I guess a thing to consider there, like, we found the bloody knife in their house, but, there was never any evidence of, like, blood anywhere else. So if he was killed there, like, either somebody did a real great job cleaning up, or I don't know what. Unsecret Crush said, according to that walkthrough anyway, which describes itself as a minimal action walkthrough and stresses the importance of action order. So it's unclear if having that evidence is actually important for solving the crime or if it's more of a completionist thing. Right. And also, like, the importance of actions, like, that's important for a walkthrough that's telling you, here's the stuff you have to do. Like, obviously, if you're following a walkthrough, the order is more important than, if you're just playing the game on your own, you might be able to do things in a, different order as long as you eventually do certain things in the right order. I don't know if it makes sense what I'm trying to say here, but just because this order is super precise in a walkthrough doesn't mean it has to be done that specific way, I guess is what I mean. Yeah, the knife could have been planted. Like, I've kind of thought that for a while, but I don't know. The manual does say it's possible to miss stuff, though, right? I don't know that it does say that. Well, it says it's possible to miss stuff. It doesn't say that it's possible to get into a state where you cannot win the game because you missed something, which is a distinct difference. I think we did all these already. I'm just double checking. Okay. So I'm going to save 36. No progress. And prosecutor. I'm going to try Doug first. But Joe is the one I'm really hoping for. Okay. We don't have enough on Doug. I feel like we have enough on Joe that we should be able to arrest him. And I'm hoping that the game was like, oh, we just want you to do this other stuff first. Here goes. Damn it. All right. I need a bathroom break. And then I guess at this point, I'll keep going until 3 and then we'll finish up. But I'll be back in a minute. Okay. I just realized that I keep letting down the people that have had the most faith in me. I feel terrible about that. I'm probably not going to beat this in the next 49 minutes. But I will try. Kind of think getting Joe as hard mode. Yeah, same. I was like, I'm a little surprised we still haven't been able to arrest Doug. The player is a private investigator, right? No, he's a detective on the police force, not a private investigator. Efton says, "Don't worry, we'll find out you beat it after you raid us out and save." That would be pretty surprising. Thank you, Julia. Julie, excuse me. My brain's dead. I've died. What are we doing? I don't know what I'm doing. You were right. Yeah, I know I was right the first time. That's when I realized my brain died. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know what to do right now. We have tried to arrest everyone. We tried earlier to get more search warrants, and that struck out. My brain has died many times. It'll be okay. Yeah, I'll get through it. So options include, we went through and interrogated everyone. I really thought we would get somewhere with that. I think I've gone and searched everywhere since we made any other type of progress, but I'm a little bit inclined to try that again. Brain is dead. Yes. Library, there's nothing new. Okay, let's search everywhere we can again. I feel like that's our best bet for... Well, okay, let's do this. I'm going to go through every location in order, and we're going to think about whether there's anything worth doing there. Robin's Trading Company. There's nobody there. Not worth going there. Lee Cosmetics Company. That's where Doug is. Maybe we should talk to Doug? Oh, wait, no. That's where Michael is. Doug's at home. Is Michael worth talking to? I can't think of anything. Michael's deal, he's married to Kate, Bill's sister. He works at the Lee Cosmetics Company. He seems like a fairly uninteresting guy, but that doesn't mean he wouldn't give us some useful information. Like, we've already asked about our main people of interest and gotten nowhere. Father took over the company from his father-in-law. Lately, things have been real tough in the business world, and he's having a hard time of it. Wait. Oh, wait. This is. Who are you again? Michael Carson. Okay. Okay. Right. So his father is Doug Carson. We were just asking about. So Doug Carson is his father, who took over the company from his father-in-law. Oh, right. Judy's dad. Because as we know, Doug married into money. He seems like he married Judy just for her money and to get into this business. Doesn't really seem to like her at all. Or at least he doesn't think much of her. And then he the business is not going well, and he's been allegedly doing some shady things to try to turn that around or like get money that he can use to get the company out of trouble, like maybe pay off debts or something like that. I don't really know. That's all been kind of vague, and we haven't learned anything more about it in such a long time. What kind of questions are an ask for information? That's this list of topics that periodically expands and is like, depends on who you're talking to. Was home. As soon as I finish work, I always go straight home. Don't know anything about the Red Tie Club. Liberty Drinking Club. It's a drinking club. Bill used to be president. We were going to call it the Red Rum Club, but we didn't want people to confuse it with the old Red Tie Club. This is all stuff we've heard. My car, I drive a white Mercedes. Why? We're just going around asking everybody. The assault. It was a terrible case. Speaking of which, Bill once told me he knew who did it. He was really strange about it. He wouldn't say anything else and sort of laughed it off. I didn't take him seriously. Marriage. Everything is going just fine with Kate, thank you. Marrying her was the smartest thing I ever did. Automobile. We just asked that. Company status. Business? I don't know exactly, but I guess it's going okay. I don't think it is, buddy. I can't think of anything else worth telling you. Just do your best. Kate has been really upset over this. Yeah, it was pretty boring. I mean, that's kind of where we're at this point in the game. No contact with Janet's father. I'm trying to go over like what all we have learned tonight, and like, is there something connected to that? But we've already explored all those possibilities, I think. What are the people who would know the most about the topics we've learned more information about? So, like, for example, we learned about Bill's biological parents. So anyone close to Bill is maybe worth interrogating again in full. And then we learned more about what happened between Shelley and Dave. So people that know them. We know two people that are friends with Dave. People that know Shelley. And we obviously can't interrogate Bill. But like Alan and Molly, like they generally don't have a lot of info. Oh, the graveyard guy. Let's go talk to graveyard guy again. Because he was Dave's teacher. He is Dave's teacher. Any new leads? Not entirely. Alibi has been consistent. I think this is new. I asked about the assault. You know, I talked to Sarah Shields about it. I got the strongest feeling that she knew the assailant and was, for some reason, keeping his identity to herself. Huh. Why would she do that? Did he threaten her? Or... I mean, I guess people are complicated, so like, I mean, maybe she just didn't want it to be a thing. Same response if we ask again. That's the same. No pictures of Henry Klein left. Grave with nothing in it. No skeleton, no tattered remains of clothing, nothing. Somehow I have a hunch that Henry Klein is alive somewhere, probably in this town. As they say, there's more to this case than meets the eye. Okay. So we got more information about the assault. Should I talk to Sarah again? My thoughts are we could talk again to other people that might know about the assault. We could see if maybe this has allowed us to find some, like, I mean, the main thing I'm thinking about is that fucking whatever is in Bill's study in that walkthrough. Let's check. Nothing of interest here. Bill and Janet's room. Don't find anything relevant. Study. Nothing relevant to the case here. Kitchen. Nothing relevant to the case. Let's save. I'll do 37. Let's analyze. So we're up to 89 vital information. Wait, is that the same? That might be all the same. That's the same, yeah. But let's go talk to Sarah. That seems like the best bet. Oh, Michael is maybe worth talking to again? I have no idea who did it. What good would it do me to know now? What good would it do me to know anyway? Bill mumbled Liberty something or other. Same response. Doesn't know Sarah. Barb, I guess. Can you believe that there was speculation that Bill had committed the crime? Just preposterous. Mr. Robbins went to the police and made sure they didn't spread that crazy story all over town. Doesn't know Sarah. Is it possible that learning about that could get us anywhere with any of the interrogations? I can't think of any. I can't think of anyone that would have anything to say about that. Maybe Edward, I guess. But like, we don't have any way to like present anything relevant. I should probably just go back to my original plan of like going through all the locations in order and considering whether they're worth checking out. Oh, we can't ask him about the assault. Saw Mr. Carson in a big hurry. Things have been hard for the Lee Cosmetics company since larger competitors have moved to the area. Gaslight. Molly might have something new to say about Dave, maybe. No. Doesn't really seem like it. No, we're not asking you to marry us. Dave. He's a friend of my boyfriend, Alan. As a matter of fact, the night of the crime, the three of us were out driving around. He's really cute. Sarah. Sick of hearing about her. My boyfriend, Alan, is really into her. He talks about her all the time. It doesn't even occur to him that it might upset me. He might have something like... Maybe? She's a babe. She's way mysterious, and I totally like that. I bet a lot of the customers go there to check her out. Yeah, like it seems like he doesn't really know her. Never even heard of the assault. Remember Dave saying that he had something to do. We dropped him off around 10 near school. Nothing new there. Hungry Fisherman. We were just at. Let's ask Ken again. It happens. Sarah doesn't like to talk about it, so please don't bring it up unless you absolutely have to. She's a good girl. I'm not big on compliments, but she works real hard for me. Dave. Just telling about the fight with Bill again. Liberty Bank, HeartSafe Insurance, Hotel Grand. I think I'll go ahead and search all the houses again. We just did this one, but why not do it again? I'm so curious how long it's going to take me to wrap this up. Also, like I feel like it would make sense to do some stuff off stream, because at this point, like, next week's stream is going to be another tedious stream of going through every fucking option in the game again. But I guess it'll be less tedious than last week because it's not worth like thoroughly reviewing all the information again. We just need to like literally go through all the options very quickly and keep an eye out for anything new. So it shouldn't take nearly as long, at least. It's still going to suck. That's everything, right? Carson's house. Heard someone leave the house at 10:30, so that was Doug. We've known this. Can't place the name. It seems wild that there's a house that still has 3 people in it. 3 unarrested people. I already forgot if I searched here. I don't think so. Wait. Beckert's Clinic, we'll search. Beckert's house. There's a blue car parked in front of the house. Nothing of interest. Brian Ayler's house. The kind of man who wouldn't think twice about hurting others if he could profit from it. Learned from his adopted dad, I guess. Doesn't know Sarah. That's it for residential. Suburban, we got the Carrington's house. Home all evening. Husband came in at 11. Oh, right. That's how we learned about the discrepancy with Joe's story. He said he left work at 10. She says he got home at 11. So my take on that is he did leave work at 10. It's just he was up to something for an hour that he doesn't want to admit to. So now his story is, oh, maybe I left it around 11, actually. And this 10 to 11 period is like, it seems to be when a lot of stuff happened. Like that's the time where there was a vehicle in the vicinity of the graveyard. That's the time when Doug Carson was out meeting with someone and was in a hurry. Got to be something new somewhere. I can't believe we still, like, how many weeks has it been since we found any physical evidence? It's been at least 2 full streams with nothing new. That just seems wild. Covered in soot again. Endlessly pranked by Thorpe's fireplace. The church. It's here, of course. Doesn't know anything about nothing. There's a cemetery behind the church. Susie's father, Robert McNally, is buried there. The night of the murder, I heard the sound of a car coming from the graveyard. Very usual at that late hour. I hope it's not related to Bill Robbins' murder. Doesn't know Sarah. What are we missing? Cemetery. You know, I just realized, like, this implies that Sarah said she knew who the assailant was, but that's not actually what he's saying. He tells us 2 separate things. He talked to Sarah Shields about it, and separately, he had a gut feeling that she knew the assailant. And this guy, he loves to say shit like that. And I don't know if we're meant to take it as fact or not. Like, he seems kind of untrustworthy to me. Like, he's maybe like intentionally in the game to kind of throw us off, at least on occasion. I don't think he's entirely useless. I mean, he told us about the graves, for example. What's his alibi? I mean, I don't suspect him. His alibi is that he's a professor. He was at the college preparing for a study group, and there were lots of other people there, according to him, at least. We have no way to like follow up on that. So I've just been kind of taking him for his word on it, just because he doesn't seem like he's suspicious. I just think he has a lot of theories, and it's hard to know if we're meant to trust those theories as he presents them, or if we're just, supposed to treat them like they are, just made up ideas about what might have happened. Red Hermit. He's a gossip for sure. Cryptic hint giver, maybe. Yeah, like, it's hard to tell. Nothing new in the graves. I know who she is. She works over at the Hungry Fisherman. I go there for drinks sometimes. But did he have enough of a motive to kill Bill Robbins? He says about Dave, his student. It's a great question. Doesn't know Doug. Had the night shift. I was finishing my rounds at about 2 a.m. when I noticed the car. Liberty Bank case. Remembers it caused a real stir. It seems that Mr. Robbins was killed somewhere else and then dumped in that car. That's what the coroner was saying. The victim was a big man. I don't know if one person could handle that alone. I was wondering, like, where that information came from exactly. Like, if it was just this guy's speculation. I couldn't remember. If it's the coroner that said it, and we don't necessarily trust the coroner, that's kind of interesting to think about. But I don't know. My brain's so fried, I grabbed the mouse instinctively this game. I think you can use the mouse, but it doesn't work well. Heard a car screeching off. Couldn't get a good look, but I'd say it was blue. No, I mean, trust no one. Still no great inspiration. He's in Professor Latner's case, I think. He was hanging around here after the murder took place. When I asked him what he was doing, he said he was researching a paper. Doesn't know Sarah. Doesn't know Doug. The old parking lot. There's a couple people where it feels weird that we can ask about the assault. Like this guy, for example. Like, we can't ask everyone about it. And like, it's kind of implied that the people you can ask about these topics in this menu are things that are Like you have some reason to ask them about those things. Just a little weird. Truth is out there. Bill was a cutthroat businessman. He made a lot of enemies. Matter of fact, he and the real estate agent had a nasty argument a couple of days before Mr. Robbins was killed. We still don't know anything about that. The main things we know about that are, I believe that would have been after Bill talked to Glenn Axworthy and learned about Henry Klein. So maybe Bill had suspicions that Joe was Henry Klein, like we do, but it could just be that, you know, Bill knew that Henry was Martha's first husband, and he was just looking for more information, and, you know, maybe Joe got kind of overly defensive or something. It's hard to say. Heck. It's 2:48. 12 minutes. If I figure out the secret to all of it, it could still happen. It's not going to happen. I feel like I should just give up, but I also feel like maybe I should just go till 3, like we said in the prediction. I don't think I'm going to accomplish anything else tonight. Is there more you can do at the police station itself? We can investigate, which is going outside of the police station. We can go to the crime lab. We don't have any new evidence to present, but we can look at the stuff we already have. It's not really much here to learn that we don't already know. We have the library, where we can read about unsolved cases. Let's read this one again, since it's been a topic tonight. On April 23rd, 1983, at approximately 2:30 in the morning, Miss Sarah Shields, age 21, was beaten and raped by an unknown assailant near the Downs Hill Cemetery. Why at the cemetery? The aggressor fled when a security guard making his rounds came by. Miss Shields was found lying on the ground unconscious with severe wounds to her face and torso. Miss Shields could not give a description of her attacker, and he was never identified. I feel like I never thought too much about it happening at the cemetery, but I can't help but think that is important somehow. I don't know why that would be. Like, I really don't even have a wild theory, I don't think. We don't know why this happened at the cemetery in particular. I mean, you know, maybe there's no real reason for it, or maybe it's, you know, just irrelevant. And then also, we still don't know why anybody was at the cemetery the night of the murder. Still seems like the most plausible. Well, I guess it's not that plausible. It's like the only explanation I can think of for having gone from the cemetery to Arlington College is that they brought a body from there to pretend to be Bill's body. And I was just trying to think, like, is it possible they were like, if this is a bunch of people who are into like mystery novels, is it possible that they were like actually trying to solve this case? And that's why they were at the cemetery? But then, like, just something went down there? Like, maybe Bill showed up for some reason. Yeah, every mention of the cemetery has been the same one. So this happened there. This is the cemetery where there were two graves. One where Henry Klein was supposed to be. The other one where Robert McNally was supposed to be. Robert McNally's grave was empty. And we suspect that his body was the body that's actually in Henry Klein's grave. There's the cemetery where we can go visit, and there's the professor is hanging out there. And then like I was just saying, this is also the cemetery that there was a car speeding away from it at a late hour the night of the murder. Maybe they brought Bill there to question him. Maybe. Any idea how much time between this attack and the murder? I mean, this was 83, so it's been 3 years since then. The murder was... The current year in the game is 86, and the murder took place like 10 days before present time. Um, 5 in the morning, September 30th, 66, a fire broke out at the Klein residence near St. Andrew's Church. Oh, that's near the church. Okay. The house was burned to the ground and Henry Klein killed, his body charred beyond recognition. The police suspected arson but could find no proof. The origin of the fire was listed as unknown and the investigation halted. The case remains unsolved. When was Dorothy? I want to say that was 5 years ago. I think that's in the coroner's report / police report. After graduating from a local university, Bill Robbins moved to New York City, where he lived for approximately 5 years. During that time, he married his first wife, Dorothy, but she died soon after, and with his business venture failing, he returned home for good. He then went to work for his father's company, where he was employed at the time of his death. So it's 5 years from moving to New York City to moving back to Liberty City. It's not clear exactly when Dorothy died and then how long he was back in Liberty City before the murder took place. Presumably, Dorothy died pretty soon before he moved back. If we assume that, yeah, I mean, we know that Bill and Janet got married in Liberty City. So he had to have been back there for at least 6 months. I guess the question is, how long was there between getting back and marrying Janet then? Don't know. So Dave doesn't necessarily have to have known about Dorothy if he had a suspicion about the assault to think Bill would hurt his sister. Yeah, like the more I think about it, the more I feel like he maybe knew something about the assault. But I don't know how to get any more concrete information about that. August 66, a large amount of money was found missing from Liberty Bank. Henry Klein, a 32-year-old bank teller, was brought in for questioning but released due to lack of evidence. The investigation was cut short when, immediately after his release, Henry Klein died in a freak accident. The deceased didn't leave behind any further clues, and the case remains unsolved. He said the assault was 3 years before present year and Janet marriage was 6 months ago. Oh, right. Yeah, so I guess it's reasonable to assume he was back in Liberty City for at least 3 years then. Don't know if this is beneficial from a gameplay standpoint. I'm just updating my personal Murder Club lore database. That's reasonable. It does seem helpful to think about, like, there have been numerous occasions where, you know, I kind of had this idea in my head of, like, the timing of events, and turned out to be incorrect. And, like, I feel like it's worth occasionally reconsidering things like that just in case that's, like, influencing our assumptions about other things. Stolen goods, car knife, watch. 86 model, reported stolen by the Robbins Trading Company. Location of theft, parking lot of the Robbins Trading Company. Yeah, this is another weird thing. Like, Bill asked Brian to steal this car from the Robbins Trading Company lot. Seems a little bit weird. The lock must have been broken and the car stolen from the parking lot. Knife. Reported stolen by Larrick store owner Rod Larrick. Location of theft inside the store. The owner claims the knife was stolen from a display rack. We still haven't had any, like, leads on that at all. Like, we found the knife. Well, we found a knife that we assume is the knife that was stolen. And it was in Bill and Janet's house. But we don't know who stole it. We don't know what led to it being in their house. So many questions. I got distracted by all that because I think it was Dizvor asked, is there more you can do at the police station? So the other things are prosecutor. We can ask for a search warrant to search a location, or arrest warrant to arrest a person and then interrogate them. I guess we'll check these again. Yeah, still can't arrest Doug or Joe. We've gone through the search warrants multiple times. I think we already have all the search warrants we can get. Interrogation is where we question people we've already arrested. And then that's it. 1 minute. Oh, my time says 3, so it's over. I did my best. We made a lot of progress, at least. Choose outcome. I'm sorry I let you all down. All of you that had faith in me, I've let you down twice now. Will we finish the game by 3 a.m.? Absolutely not. Are you sure absolutely not is the correct outcome? I think so. Those who have chosen the correct outcome will be rewarded 247,200 channel points. I think that was just 2 people. So those people are going to have so many channel points. Congratulations. I hope you enjoy them. Flush is perpetually out of stock for you. I feel like the iOS app does not properly update its out of stock status. The desktop, the web browser seems much more accurate in that regard. I'm sorry about all your points on Secret Crush. Never bet against Salt Ranger. Noted. The murder got away with it and is still roaming the streets now. Yeah, maybe next time. There's always next time. Let's do a save and then we'll wrap things up. 37. So we remain perpetually at 75 collecting evidence points. 100 general investigation. Interrogation, we got up to 57. Let's see, these last three I have written down. So we went from 46 to 57. That's an 11-point increase, which I do feel pretty good about. Vital information, we were at 86. We're now at 89. That's only 3, but we're only 11 away from the max. And that's like the most important category. So I feel pretty all right about that. And then total investigation, we went from 77 to 81. So an extra 4 points there. Maybe next time. I would love to finish this game before Halloween. Actually, it'd be kind of great if we finish this game the week before Halloween, and then Halloween stream, I'm planning on not doing whatever my current regular game is. And then after Halloween, we can start Mopedi Island, which I'm very excited about. So that's my new goal. I think that gives me 2 weeks. Is that right? Is that how time works? Yeah. That seems doable, right? We're so close. Persistence is inspirational. I'm glad to hear that. I am real curious. Like, I feel like if there was a good walkthrough for this version of the game, it would be hard to resist that temptation at this point. But also, I'm determined. Thank you all for hanging out this darn long. It's so late. Obviously, we're going to raid Sonneveld again. Surprising no one. He's starting a new game. I'm very curious to check out Dr. Hauser, which is apparently a 3DO survival horror game. I know nothing about this, but like 3DO survival horror just sounds great. So I'm in. Also, I imagine he's still in his warm-up game, which is Quadrax. Let me peek in real quick. Where'd he go? There he is. Okay. Yeah. Still playing Quadrax. So I mentioned multiple times that I'll be doing a special stream on Saturday over on Silverstreak's channel. That's going to be Saturday the 14th at 8 p.m. Eastern. You can check my schedule or Robot Spacer TV for that time in your local time zone. My next stream will be on Friday. Actually, I'll finish talking about my Friday stream and then I'll say another thing. On Friday, I'll be continuing Perfect Tides, which has been wonderful, and I'm super excited to play more of that. I might also do some kind of spur of the moment world builder streams over the next couple weeks. So that's a possibility at any time. My current thought is that I won't plan those advance. I'll just do them if I feel like it. I currently don't expect to do one this week because I'm kind of behind on work stuff. And I need to get caught up on all that. But we'll see. Colin Harris says, thank you for stream, making Wednesdays more pleasant for me since, well, earlier this year. I'm glad to hear that. Again, I appreciate you all for hanging out. Let's get this raid going here. I hope you all will come along and say hello to Sonneveld. Always have a great time over there. I hope you all have a great rest of your week. Take care of yourselves. Thank you for having faith in me. We'll do this. Have a good night. Bye.